about doing this at some point.
Yeah, it's just a video where just like David's doing an upgrade anyway, and we make a video about it.
Get some labor.
The quid pro quo was that I and Reese would like help him with it for the day.
Reese, not Elijah. Maybe I'll go down this route.
Yeah, you might not end up with too many extra holes
exactly,
in your house.
Yeah.
So Reese and I were there for the day helping him with things. So like I built his SO's computer and helped with the mounting of his custom painted USS Enterprise and stuff like that. And also that we did that video promoting him selling his collection, which which got it extra exposure, which helped his budget. So it was and then in return, he's giving us his space and, his upgrade. And he probably spent some money on things that he probably wouldn't have to make it a little more interesting. Anyway.
Dude, I should con you into painting my place.
The space ends up super cool. I did no painting, which was nice.
Oh.
And I hit my head.
Oh.
I forget where I was going with this. But in fairness to me, I recently hit my head. So anyway, Oasis.
Okay. So it's muted.
Start.
Oh.
You are about to enter a first-of-its-kind video model.
Is there sound?
A game engine trained by millions of gameplay hours. Every step you take will shape the environment around you in real time.
So are they going to get sued to all crap?
Hold on, I'm on it. Mute which one?
There's a volume thing in the top left of Oasis.
What are you talking about, Willis?
Yeah, mute that. Okay, cool. So that is only coming from that then.
Okay, so we're good?
So vmix C, unmute.
Here we go, boys.
This.
Ooh. Okay. What do you want? What do y'all want to see?
Maybe we go for rugged coastline and just go BC.
Okay. A sheer drop from towering peaks crumbling into the ocean below. Trees balance over the water, and waves crash over rocks. Ready for adventure. Waiting for your turn.
Written by AI.
Oh.
Waiting for your turn?
Dang it, did all of y'all jump on here?
Oh.
Hold on. Positioning Q 29, ETA 12 seconds.
Oh.
Okay, we got this.
Does the positioning Q go down? There it is. Nice.
It's your turn.
Do it.
Okay.
Can you press a button? Like, can you select the different items that you have?
I mean, I don't know. I'm just doing stuff here.
Is it super laggy?
It's definitely a little laggy, yeah.
What happens if you limit your frame of view and then look up?
Hold on, I'm doing a thing here.
Oh.
Okay.
I don't think you are.
Okay, so I look up.
Oh no, I meant like out in the world. Like, did it change? Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah, there you go.
Trey's interesting.
I don't think it's able to. Yeah. So like, yeah, stairway.
Oh, where'd it go? Oh!
What the heck? Is that thing moving?
This is like your Minecraft game
On acid.
dropped a tab. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, what's going to be over this? Honestly, it makes the exploration kind of fun. Can I build a path for myself? Like, is that possible? Is that how this works? Is that how any of this works? Okay, yeah. I can.
Maybe with this, Starfield wouldn't have been a useless pile of junk.
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay, what's up there? I want to see what's supposed to be there. Are you kidding me?
Whoa, there's a structure.
Whoa, am I?
Is that a village?
Whoa, dude, I kept going up to but I made my way away from the mountain that I was on.
There's no whoa!
Like, did you see what happened there?
Whoa! As you just turn, everything's changing.
I was climbing a mountain and looking up, and it became just like whatever was in front of me.
This is some Inception kind of stuff, dude. Village gone.
This is crazy. Who needs drugs when you can just play this game?
Well, wait until they have this kind of stuff for VR.
Wow. Okay, I think I've had
I think you
enough.
might be kind of right.
So, this is just a glimpse into the future of interactive AI experiences. What's next? Just imagine.
As far as my understanding goes, they have some of it running on ASIC cards. Yeah. The playable model was made possible by super fast inference thanks to an ASIC card with the model's transformer architecture physically recreated on the chip by Descartes partner Etched. Whew. How
Our
pissed is
discussion
Minecraft?
questions are, what do you think of the game? Well, I mean, it's obviously just Minecraft because it's trained on Minecraft. How close is it to actual Minecraft, it asks. I mean, in terms of like how it felt to play other than being super leggy, it like felt like Minecraft.
Felt like Minecraft.
Honestly, yeah, like the movement and everything.
Does it take much to get you there?
Maybe not. Maybe not that much.
Jump, attack is a hold button.
Yeah, I
That's
didn't try
it.
to run. I guess I could have tried to do more things. Our next question, though, is how good is its object permanence? And there I would say things fall apart a little bit.
That's the whole reason why the demo is fun.
Yeah. How bad it is sort of the most interesting thing about it. With that said,
It's also kind of crazy.
the fact that this exists at all
Yeah,
with no game engine,
yeah.
with no...
Because it's bad because it's not very playable,
Yes.
but it's also amazing because it exists.
Yeah. The fact that this is a thing at all
Yeah.
is mind-blowing. With that said, it is very clear that we are an awful long way away from our GPUs just being neural processing units, and this being a gaming experience that anyone would want.
Yeah.
Yeah, give it 6 months.
Would be kind of cool if that ended up being an add-in card, though. I'd be down to go back to multiple add-in cards. That'd be sick.
Yeah, get your physics card in there, get your
Yeah.
sound card in there, get your neural card in there.
Yeah.
Well, if NVIDIA has their way, the
It
GPU will
will be.
eventually morph into
Yes.
a neural PU, and then it'll just like have a GPU component on it because you'll always like need to output,
Gotta
and
do
you'll
them
always need to play
floats, dude.
legacy games and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
pretty cool. Lucky Falcor says it's like the Impossible Staircase illusion with that mountain. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
trippy because I
cool
was trying to look up the mountain and I made my way to like a landscape in front of me somehow. I was like, oh, okay. I mean, yeah, I guess there is no up in video games if you think about it. So why would it? Right? Because you could move a mouse up infinitely, theoretically, right? Like, there's no gravity in a video game.
What?
Like it's all artificial.
Yeah.
Like we create up and we create down, but this AI model is not constrained by that.
What's up in real life?
Exactly. It's away from the center of the earth, but because
But what if you're not on the Earth anymore? Where's up now?
no, no, I'm trying to make a point right
So
now.
up in the video game is away from the center of your thing,
Sorry, what?
center of the game world.
Yeah, but it stopped having a
the
center.
open casket if I were you.
Yeah. So theoretically, this AI model is not constrained by that. You could just keep going up. You could have more than 360 degrees. Like it's just
I'm just screwing with him, honest man. Don't worry about
It's like Xbox.
yeah, very cool.
it. I'm more of a down guy. I'm a
can
down
use-
enjoyer myself.
Like naturally sourced or artificial?
You know what you might enjoy is using a convenient app that is readily available to track world leaders.
Ah, yeah.
According to journalists at French newspaper Le Monde, it is apparently possible to track the location of President Emmanuel Macron by identifying his bodyguards, many of whom have public accounts under their legal names, on Strava, a fitness app with social networking elements. This means that they have been publicly posting their running routes, including geodata. Which means, where are they? Where is the president? Yes, problem. It is also apparently possible to do the same with other world leaders, including the US president and both presidential candidates. This is not a new problem. In 2023, a Russian submarine commander was killed while jogging. The commander had a Strava account under his own name, which his assailant may have used to track his regular routes.
Yeah, so this one wasn't bodyguards, it was the actual guy.
Andre B says, wasn't there something about soldiers identifying secret bases the same way? Yes, I believe that did happen with a secret U.S. military installation of some kind.
There's a lot
some
of
point.
these types of problems. There's even more subtle ones that I don't think people really properly consider, because like when the 2023 thing happened with the Russian submarine commander, I think that brought to light to a bunch of people like, oh, maybe I should consider this. One that I point out fairly often when I meet parents of kids, and those the kid likes playing Pokemon Go, and the parent is just like, you know, being supportive but doesn't really understand what's going on, is I like to point out that when you give gifts in the game, the gifts come with a postcard of where the gift came from, and you get gifts in the game by spinning stops, but you are most likely to spin the stop that is closest to your house most often. So people can figure out where you live based on being friends with you on Pokemon Go. I don't know.
CH5609 says, this is like people figuring out that deep shit was going down because of a higher number of pizza orders to the Pizza Hut / Domino's near the Pentagon.
That's a long-term thing. There are actually like trackers for that and stuff, because it's like a reliable metric that doesn't seem to be becoming less reliable. Yeah.
Nice.
Washington Pizza Index. Yeah, exactly.
The Pizza Index.
Yeah, this is like totally a thing.
YouTube users have been reporting missing view counts and upload dates. There's a Reddit post from 4 months ago. Some users recently, though, found that there were no longer view counts or upload dates on YouTube's homepage. This led to reporting that YouTube might be performing another experiment. YouTube, however, has responded and says this is actually a bug that is typically experienced by users with certain browser extensions enabled. The company suggests disabling these extensions and making a report if the issue continues. So our discussion question here, this just came up because someone flagged it for me recently. Do you think this is a YouTube experiment or another attack on AdBlock? Would you find that it would degrade the experience of YouTube for you if you didn't know the upload date and how many views the video had?
Yes.
Miserable shit-sucking existence.
I'm going to play devil's advocate.
Although I understand why you wouldn't want that, because it could potentially really help small creators.
Why I wouldn't want what?
Why you wouldn't want it to show view counts.
Why I wouldn't want it to?
Yeah, because if you're a really small creator, you don't want people to not click on your video just because it has 200 views.
Yeah. No, that would be. I could see how that could level the playing field in a big way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Upload date.
Sorry, what would I want? What would I not want though?
Huh?
Oh, I thought you said I wouldn't want it. What would I not want? I was just trying to figure that out.
I don't remember the exact reference of the moment of when I said that.
Oh, okay. I object to this mostly as a user. I'm not really thinking about it as a creator. However, I'm going to play devil's advocate against my own argument, and I'm going to kind of share an observation that has materialized for me over a while. It's bothered me a lot for years that Netflix doesn't show the popularity of things, like not in a universal way. They'll have like popular for people like you know, they'll have stuff like that. They don't show things like critical acclaim or like a Rotten Tomatoes rating or anything like that. Basically, they just merchandise the movie or TV show or whatever it is with photos and descriptions and kind of present it to you and algorithmically track what works for you and what you like and what you don't, and they make that whole thing work, right? And one of the things that I've observed is that my family watches almost nothing on Plex and gravitates towards Netflix far more than Plex, even though the library on Plex is actually much larger. And I realized for myself that when I go to try to find something to watch on Plex, it's really hard. And one of the reasons that I
Heads.
had kind of a light
You
bulb moment.
lose.
One of the reasons is the data. Having the data of how good something is makes it so much harder to find something that, you know what, I might actually end up enjoying, even if it's not good. I will almost universally enjoy something that has super high critical acclaim and also audiences love it. Like The Wild Robot is outstanding. Just go watch it. Don't question it. Just go watch it. It was just a great film. But there are times when I will enjoy something that is not critically acclaimed. For example, Major Pain got a 29% rating on the tomato meter from critics. And even 68%, like if you know the film, you'll know that 68% for a film of this genre is actually pretty good. It's a pretty polarizing film. And I was thinking about how if I saw something that was rated 29% by critics and 68% by audiences in my Plex, I probably wouldn't bother watching it. And so I guess where I'm coming back to in all of this is maybe the metadata that they give us.
If they didn't
Coming back
like me
even to
before,
like-dislike
they
ratio.
really
And-
won't
Crazy
like me
that some
now.
things have a relationship when it comes to audience score.
Yeah, I mean, I think the critics are probably right on that one. But and maybe part of it is that you watched Hackers when you were young,
Yeah.
and I watched it as an adult, and I watched Major Pain when I was young.
I also think I'm
So there's some
more into
nostalgia.
the subject matter.
Sure, have you seen Major Pain?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And you thought it was like dumb or bad?
No,
or-
I thought it was funny.
Oh, okay. So the problem with like-dislike when YouTube removed that was that there's a lot of content where it's really important to be able to see that kind of rating because they don't have a community notes system. They don't have anything equivalent. If a guide for how to repair your dishwasher is like not very good, or if a moon landing conspiracy video is a conspiracy video and is like something irrelevant that we shouldn't be watching, they don't
Who
really
wants
have an
an omelet?
equivalent for
I'm
that.
cracking
And
lots
so
of
the
eggs.
like-dislike ratio was at least a useful barometer of potential usefulness or quality. But view counts, upload dates,
Upload date might be.
upload date, depending on what you're looking for.
Yeah.
If what YouTube seeks to be is just an entertainment platform where people watch as much as possible, could they?
Why do they seem to be killing evergreen content if they're going to get rid of upload dates, though?
I don't know that they're killing evergreen content.
It doesn't seem to be doing as well.
We could probably have a much longer conversation about that. I think some of our evergreen content is struggling a little bit. We upload a lot. We are tech-centric, which can
So
make
something
even our
becomes less relevant.
yeah, even our evergreen content I think is less evergreen than say. Well, I was going to say comedy, but comedy can sometimes it ages like fine milk. But depending on the content, some things are more evergreen than others. The guide for how to repair this dishwasher model is evergreen because that dishwasher model will always be that dishwasher model.
Well, less people have it.
This is true. This is true. Unless it's a really important one, and people would restore them. Maybe it's the firehouse one.
Sure.
Sure. And people always need to fix it. Anyway, the point is that maybe they could expand people's horizons, which could be a benefit, even if it comes with some trade-offs, and they could improve their own internal metrics, which are increasing watch time, by actually giving us far less measurable, empirical data about a piece of content. Thoughts? I might enjoy my Plex library more. What I'm trying to say is I might enjoy my Plex library more if I didn't know how good something was.
I think there's too many things that I watch on YouTube that think about WAN show. WAN show
Grenade out.
VODs. If you're watching a WAN show that's 2 years old, it is out of date.
Sort of. We have a lot of conversations that are useful, for the history of
Okay,
tech and
WAN
that are
shows-
not on topic.
Yeah, history of tech though.
Sure.
So what if we have a WAN show and the title is like, Google killed a company again? Ah! And then you're like, oh, what did they kill this time? And then you're like, wait, how long does it take you to figure out that this happened years ago and they're not talking about the 87 things that they've killed in between then and now? Like, that's, I don't know. Yeah, it leaves you to, like, you have to sit there and watch the video to figure out if this is actually a video that you want to watch or not, instead of being able to just look at the date and be like, okay, got it.
Which is good for the platform.
Or
Fuck
it gets
you
people to just
for
leave the
taking-
platform entirely because it's annoying.
I came across
know.
this video in my shorts feed. Actually, speaking of this,
Kyle!
it was Kyle from Bitwit, and the reason I noticed it in my shorts feed was because the thumbnail had this frame of me in it, and I was like, sorry, when was Kyle from Bitwit talking about me? And I clicked on it, and I realized like how obfuscated things are now. So okay, we've got likes, there's no view count, so this is already like happening. This is already the direction the interface is going. I can't see how many subscribers Kyle has. In fact, what drove me, oh, this is interesting. Oh, weird. This has the channel name, but oh my gosh, I swear the screenshot that I sent to our rep earlier today did not. Oh, so trippy. Okay, so when I navigated to this, not from his channel, Luke can confirm.
Yeah, confirmed.
There's,
I know what you're talking
There's
about.
no channel name,
Yeah.
no subscribe button. There's no way for me to get information about who he even is, which sort of flies in the face of YouTube's claims that the shorts feed can be like a funnel for your VOD
Yeah, that's
content.
the
because-
opposite of that.
Yeah, it was like I was like, what the heck is this? I have no way of finding this. Anyway, my point is, I think it would be a terrible thing for YouTube because of the vastly different way that people use YouTube compared to a movie library. But in general, maybe less data could be a good thing. That's all I'm trying to say. And I guess my question was, would degrading the experience in this way make you less likely to use an ad blocker if this was one of the levers that they decided to pull? If you're an ad
You weren't
blocker, they
using your
just like
brain anyway.
remove other elements of the page.
Yeah, probably.
Like, would that harm your use of the platform?
I think for a pretty considerable amount of YouTube viewing that I do, it would do that. Yeah. Yeah.
Corey, as the name says, I find myself judging fictional books intensely if I see their rating prior to reading.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think about
My
that rating
fingers are
throughout the
already
process of
twitching.
reading the book, and I end up losing some of my focus on the content itself. Yeah.
A date isn't a rating though. Like, I understand what you're saying with the like to dislike side of things, but a date is not a rating. A date is a I don't know, sometimes a very old video can communicate that it could be a very quality thing, and sometimes a very new video is kind of a requirement. If you're trying to keep up to date on what's happening in US politics and you look up something to do with Trump, for example, and running for election.
Yeah,
Like,
it could
what if it
easily be the
brings up the
2016
last
or the
one?
2020 election.
Yeah, like, it sounds super
Well,
annoying,
whatever the
to
hell,
be
just
completely
fly off
honest.
course.
Like, there's certain things that are just timely. What if you wanted to find something from the 2016?
What if they used AI
election?
to determine whether a video really needs the data on it or not? Nazfreak says YouTube has confirmed it's not testing removing it. It was a side effect. I know. It just prompted a conversation. That's all. I just wanted to talk about it.
It's a
little
side
bit.
effect of certain add-ons or something?
All
Side
that
effect of your
stupid
face.
fucking armor.
Yeah, extensions. We said that earlier,
Yeah.
but they might be tuning in a little
Did they
later.
say what kind of extensions?
No.
Okay.
Who knows what kind? Dan, I think that's it for the topics on the WAN show this week. Do you want to switch us over to After Dark?
Okay, I can do that absolutely.
Let's do it. Wow, there's so many of you watching today.
A date is context. Yeah, like, that's, I don't know. The date matters.
I get it. No, to be clear, I want the date.
You lost your head
But
a
like,
long
would I
time
be
ago.
more likely to
I just
watch
made
It's a
it
Wonderful
official.
World if I didn't know that it was like old? Maybe.
See, I think it could add value, though.
Or like Tootsie, you know?
Because, like, the fact that...
Whatever. Just like some old movie.
The fact that we both know the name "It's a Wonderful World" means
Or
that
It's a Wonderful
the second,
Life? Sorry,
the
It's a
second
Wonderful
I-
Life.
I think isn't that
My dad.
Oh, it's just a turn of phrase.
No,
whatever.
no, that's the What a Wonderful World.
Yeah.
That's the song.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Basically, I don't know either of them. Is what we're coming to on conclusion. But I know the phrase. So if I saw that and I saw the date, I'm like, oh, I know this name it's super old, that probably means it was amazing. So I'm gonna check this out.
But it could go either way.
Like if you hear someone in modern times say, "Hey, Schindler's List is like an amazing movie," and
Yeah.
you're like, okay,
Hey,
and then
Boss
you see that
Buckets.
it's old,
Thanks for sharing
it
your
might go like,
toys.
"Oh, it was amazing enough for them to still care about it despite it not being a new release. Maybe I'll watch that."
I don't know.
Like
Different
it
people.
could communicate value.
Different people have different perspectives. Like Yvonne, for example, doesn't like watching old media. She just finds, especially the audio quality when you go back a certain amount, isn't like not good enough for her to enjoy. Like their sound recording techniques, if you go back to like the 70s, early 80s, were not as good, and it's not as clean as it is now.
Doesn't bother me. I think it adds some charm, but I can
I'm
understand
like a
having a
cockroach.
different perspective on
Apocalypse
that.
proof.
Dan, do you want to hit us with some merch messages?
Yeah, sure. Hi, LDL. Recently, my desktop YouTube page has reduced the amount of thumbnails to 3 per row, leaving me with 6 videos on full screen, forcing me to scroll more. Do you have any thoughts on this trend?
I've seen some people complaining about this. I personally am a huge proponent of higher density. I mean, but maybe part of that is a generational gap thing. Like when I was a kid, screens were small and resolution was low, and every upgrade was so that you could fit more stuff on the screen, and so the screen would be bigger so you could see more at a time.
A very interesting rabbit hole to go down is North American versus Japanese web design.
Oh man,
Dude,
they're like violently opposite.
it's crazy, but they are successful in their areas. It's not just that, like, Japanese web designers just feel like doing it some other way. No,
They just
works.
don't give a shit.
No, it works better with
Yeah.
Japanese audiences. And then when you try to put American web design in front of Japanese audiences, they don't like it as much. They don't engage with it as much. I don't remember all the details.
Somebody
then
tell
when you
Carver
put
I just won our
Japanese
headshot
web design
contest.
styles in front of American audiences, they're like,
You get a reaction like this. Delmain in Floatplane chat says, "I legitimately cannot stand Japanese web design. It's insane to me."
yeah. But they work really well within their cultures. It's very interesting. It's actually a genuinely very interesting rabbit hole.
Part of my feelings about it could also be a generational gap. Oh, wait, did I already
I'm
say
gonna
that part?
smell
Well,
like
okay, I have
blood
another
for days.
supporting piece of this. Because Yvonne was talking to some other people internally here, like younger people, Gen Z people, and she was talking about booking a trip. And they were like, "Oh, well, whatever." And Yvonne's like, "Oh, well, I can't look at that right now. I'm not at my computer." And they go, "Well, what? You don't just book flights on your phone?" And she's like, "No, who would do that?" And they're like, Me.
It is
And
inferior. Yvonne is correct.
it is vastly inferior. Yvonne is 100% correct.
Yep.
But apparently that's a
This is objective.
big generational gap thing, is that millennials will
The new generation is wrong.
go to the computer to do certain things, and booking travel is one of them. Whereas Gen Zs will absolutely just use their phone to do stuff like that, even though they obviously cannot do a good enough job of it
Yes.
in comparison shopping and without
Because
using
they are wrong.
spreadsheets but that is very much an our generation thing.
Our
to
generation
even
is
think
correct
of
about
like
this. We're wrong about a lot of things. We're correct about that.
Big screen, big purchase.
to even think about using the desktop, going to use the computer,
Yeah.
But yeah, 100%. The bigger the purchase, the better the chance that I want to use a big screen
Yeah,
to do
for
it.
sure.
It's the same accounts, but it feels weird having money go through my phone. You know what I mean? Like I'm on the Amazon app on my phone, but
Big
money
money
has
going
to
through your
go
phone.
through it. No, even just like buying a little thing.
No, I don't mind that. I if I just like need something right now,
Artie's based.
what did I already
As
say?
a Zoomer, I agree with PC being superior for big purchases.
And like, there's certain things where I'll use
Sorry,
both
fresh
depending
out
on
of
the
warning
context.
shots.
So if I'm just like browsing houses for the lulz, like I'm looking at the most expensive houses for sale in Vancouver right now, I'll do that on my phone. I don't care. I'm just like doom scrolling like nonsense. I'm
Realtor.
looking at people's fancy houses.
Yeah.
If I am shopping, dude, are you kidding
Research
me?
phone.
Are you kidding
purchase
me?
PC.
Sometimes
Yeah.
I'll go look over at North Van and just slide that
Yeah, yeah,
willing to pay scale up.
Yeah.
Just be like, if I just had a helicopter, I could just fly into work.
That I don't mind doing on my
That'd be
phone.
Sick. Yeah, exactly.
But like if I'm actually shopping, no, I gotta be on my computer, man. I gotta be on my computer.
I'm a gamer / gardener and just got an OLED TV, LG C3, and want to get an QD OLED monitor. but I'm worried about the purple hue. I have grow lights on 16 hours a day and never use my
Everyone's
computer in the
still
dark.
here?
It's very
Good.
unlikely to bother you.
Just
I mean, the
getting
first
started.
example I have of this is my old Aperture Grill CRT. Okay, it had these two little lines across the screen for the like alignment wires, and I read reviews and people were like, "Oh yeah, it's annoying, it's this," and then other people were like, "Oh no, yeah, you forget about it." And I got it. I brought it home. I unpacked it, and I was like, "Oh, they're really annoying. They bother me so much." They're visible, especially on white backgrounds, which, you know, going back to the early 2000s, mid 2000s, it was basically every web page, right? Like everything was, there was no dark mode. And I was on the brink of returning it and paying like a 15% restocking fee at NCIX or whatever it was. I think it was 15%, right?
I
Something
think
like
so.
that.
That sounds correct.
And then I gave it a little bit longer, and then I forgot they were there. And the purple hue is kind of like that. Yeah, you'll notice it. It'll be super noticeable when you know about it. And then you'll be playing a game, and it'll be like half an hour later, and you'll be like, "Oh, I haven't thought about the purple hue in a
Harvard owes
while."
me a beer when this is over.
I wouldn't stress about it too much.
I remembered something about the Japanese versus American website design
See
thing.
that? The
It has
face only a
something to
bullet
do
could
with
bluff.
like obfuscation of information and desire for comfort versus knowledge. And the Japanese web design leans more towards information overload, and the American web design leans more towards comfort and, you know, you're just gonna trust that this is gonna be legit, whatever. Interesting. I don't remember all the details. It's actually like a fairly deep topic if you guys are interested, but I remember that being sort of one of the concepts.
By the way, enjoy your grow lights, and maybe try that weird AI Minecraft thing. That dude, phew. Can't even imagine.
Yeah.
G'day boys from down under. I'm planning to build a new PC and pretty sold on the 9000X3D series. Do you think the
Ripped off
9800
everyone who counts
X3D is
me
going
out
to be
lives
the
to
best
regret
bet?
it.
Should I hold out for something better?
How are you pretty sold on that already?
No comment.
What's going on?
We know too much
Yeah.
to answer this question.
You shouldn't be sold on something before independent reviews are out. I would encourage you to watch ours. I would also encourage you to watch others or read others.
Neat.
Yeah.
Linus, when you were on the yard, how close were you to walking out when they did their DJ intro?
I mean, I was warned by Luke what those guys were like. It wasn't my first
Nothing
time.
like a little upgrade to make a man
like
feel
like
young again.
we were there. We did the bro versus bro first. So I had encountered
Bit of a primer.
Ludwig by that point. Wait, did we do the bro versus bro first?
Yeah, I
Oh,
think so.
Now I don't remember. No,
I think so.
no, we did bro versus bro after.
Really?
Yeah, no, okay, well, never mind. Anyway, I knew who Ludwig was, and so I was surprised, but not shocked. It was unexpected, but not surprising. I don't know how to phrase it, but yeah, no, they did their intro. I think to go back and do the yard again, I would probably lean more into their bullshit rather than like kind of be the skeptical, outsider. But maybe that's sort of part of the deal of, having a guest on a show like that. Maybe everyone kind of goes through that a little bit. I wouldn't know. I don't watch the show. I had a couple people that were like very mad about me not knowing who anybody was and not listening to the podcast or watching the show or
Why?
whatever else, because I don't know, it made me seem arrogant or something. But I was just trying to be honest. Like, I'm so sorry. I actually don't know any of your names because we all introduced ourselves like 3 minutes
Sunshine's
ago
the
before I
best
walked in here,
disinfectant.
and then I sat
So
at the
I
top of
let
that
some into your
slide
skull.
for all of that time while you guys were DJ racist or whatever. And so I just was like, yeah, no, I'm sorry. The only one of you who I know is Ludwig, and that just kind of is what it is, and I'm sorry. But some people, took that really negatively. But I mean, you know how things are. That's actually this is one of my favorite sort of yardsticks for how marketable my face is how content performs when I'm on someone else's channel, because how our videos perform is like,
I could do this.
This
all
is your
day.
house.
yeah,
I
this,
got
yeah,
plenty of
exactly. Like how marketable of a name is LTT. So I'm gonna do this live, but I'm gonna go and have a look at like how you don't want to look at anything from like a day ago, like a week or two ago. You know, how'd I do? So GeoRain Bold, pretty appealing guest. So that's pretty cool. Let's see who are some other folks. HiveMind TV was apparently a pretty good one, because I don't watch YouTube. So this is one of the ways that I'll figure out like, okay, who's like a big deal. Like this CDog VA guy seems to be kind of a big deal. So that's pretty cool.
Rainbolt is pretty based, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Here's one with just the crew. Okay, 500,000. So that's kind of the high end of if they don't have a guest on. What else we got?
Do you already know the answer to this?
Oh no, I did pretty good. Yeah, 800K.
Did you already know the answer to this?
Already know what answer.
To this?
To what?
How well you did?
Oh yeah.
You already knew the answer to this?
I haven't looked at it in like, I don't know, 2 or 3 months.
Okay.
But I knew that it was like an above average.
I was wondering how performative this was.
No, I just haven't looked at it in a while.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's there's Hank Green crushed me, but that makes sense.
Hank Green.
Yep. Yeah, they had Hank Green on. So it's one of those things. It's like it helps me kind of figure out, you know, where everyone's stock is at, kind of at whatever time they were on another person's channel, and helps me figure out if I did okay, you know, like if anyone cares outside of just our like hyper geek sort of bubble that we live in.
Yeah.
There were a couple other Cutie Cinderella crushed.
I mean, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, 100% makes sense. So
she's a great host, and she's rather affiliated with that group.
Rather affiliated. Amaranth.
That's a way to say
Amaranth crushed.
That makes sense.
But yeah, I was actually a little surprised to see how much overlap there was. Like I wasn't expecting their audience and our audience to have a lot of overlap. That's another thing that it gauges. So it's not just like, oh, higher number on someone else's channel, automatically you're like a big deal in mainstream or whatever. Like, no. But it can tell you how much overlap there is between people who watch that and people who watch. And there's too many variables to draw any concrete conclusions, but it's an indicator.
What's an audience that you don't think you would perform well with because of overlap issues? Because I feel like, you know, I went through a few in my head, and one that I landed on was like makeup. But then no, I feel like if you went on a makeup channel, it would probably kill.
I don't think so, actually.
I think so, because all the dude bros would be like, what? I actually bet you it would do pretty all right.
I don't think so.
It might do bad for them because their algorithm's going to be all screwed, but I feel like the one episode might do all right.
I don't know. This is a tough one. If you have any kind of public space where it's just like a mixing pot,
Boy,
like the fact that school had the teacher and 2 students who knew enough to go find this on the subreddit and like knew who we were and like all that stuff, that's pretty solid. But that's just mixing pot, right? Whereas like an actual space where people are selectively there because they have an interest, like I would think if there was a ceramics studio that had a channel, like, and I went on there, there'd be nothing.
I think I might do okay.
No one would care. I don't think
I think you do enough weird, random, off-the-wall stuff on this channel that something like ceramics would do fine.
But it's that
I think
that
if it was like
audience
a
would.
math education channel.
Oh no, that would be super high overlap.
You think?
People who are into math education and people who are into technology, get real.
Yeah, fair enough.
He did well on Veritasium. It's mostly like pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah. No, I wasn't thinking like that though.
It
I was
like
thinking
a
number
three
file.
brown,
Oh,
one
3
blue.
brown 1 or 3 brown 1 blue.
Three
Is that
brown,
what it is?
1 blue.
Yeah, something like that too.
To be
3
clear,
blue 1 brown. I don't know, whatever.
to be clear, Veritasium, I completely ignored that one though, and the reason for that. No, I shouldn't say I ignored it. I watched the video, and like Derek and his team did a great job and everything.
Yeah.
But I wasn't gonna read anything into that one because his video performance is like so spiky, and.
Which seems weird to me because they all seem
It's
quite
like a
consistently
symphony
good.
of bodily
You
art.
never. I mean,
It's so hard sometimes.
even a master of YouTube packaging and content creation is not gonna knock it out of the park every single time, unless your name is Mark Rober. Even he doesn't get the same number of views on every single video because not everything can appeal to absolutely
Night,
everything.
you
That's the
ugly
way it
shrinky
is.
fuck.
We should work on that.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying, Dan.
You want us to
Everybody's
be-
trying, Dan!
You
No,
want us
no.
to be more normie?
No. I mean, you need to find the video that appeals to literally every single person.
Sure.
Oh.
But then, I mean, that's like not possible, is it? No.
Yeah. Nope.
Okay, up next. Hi, DLL. I'm in my senior year of engineering undergrad.
Hey, good for
In
you.
my opinion, at best, 96 of the 128 credits are relevant to my success. How would you pitch higher education to your children, and do you have hot takes?
Part of the original idea
mount
of
all
the
3 of your
credit
ugly
system
heads
and
on my
getting people
wall.
to take credits that were not in their actual direct courses was to prepare people for being an adult and needing to like communicate with others about things that aren't just their one singular niche.
Be
They were trying to
well-rounded.
prep you for like the world. Yeah. I don't think it's as relevant these days.
They
The
forced
internet and
Yvonne.
stuff like that.
They forced Yvonne to take one accounting course as part of her pharmacy degree.
Thank goodness. Woo!
You never know. I guess is what
there
I
was
would say.
classes that annoyed me when I was in school that I have absolutely used. Like,
Just so you know, I will not be
yeah,
slowing
there's
down.
even classes that I took back in school that I still would have thought would have been useless 2 years ago and have since become useful. Like I don't know, learning stuff is just good and useful.
And part of it
Business
is
statistics.
forcing you to learn
Yeah.
Every fresh mag is a
and
new
push
lease on
yourself
life.
to learn something that you're not inherently interested in and that you might not see the point of because you never know.
To understand other perspectives and to be less generally useless. If you are more generally competent, you are less generally useless, which is awesome.
There's some
really
Luke life
good
tips
thing.
right there.
That's really fantastic.
Ah, man, speaking of higher education, I was reading this interesting article about how college professors are like, we don't really know what to do because they assign reading to
And they just
new
don't do it.
students and they just like don't
Yep.
read. Like
Yeah,
they
there's-
literally arrive in college going, yeah, we've been assigned like excerpts to read, but we've never been assigned just like read this book
Yeah, there's
and come back in a couple days when you're done.
students entering Harvard that have never once read a
Now
book.
there's literally
That is
nothing happening
flipping
between
wild
years.
to me.
Yeah,
I don't know how to deal with that.
yeah.
Yeah, y'all gotta like read like a bit and stuff.
Literally, me, Artie, you've never read a book?
I mean, you got a job without it, I guess. you know?
Ah!
I've read a book, maybe.
I mean, that's better than.
Parents still read. to their
AJ
kids?
says, I've only read 8 books my entire life. The Harry Potter books plus
Get
House
used
of
to
the
it.
Scorpion.
It's worse.
Or
when you're
Sorpion? Sorpion? I don't know what House of the Scorpion
Sorry,
is.
no group discounts.
I read Grapes of Wrath, and I really wish I hadn't.
I genuinely like think
1,000 pages.
that you should read, and this is even someone who has a hard time with it, because I think it's good for your brain to just sit there and have to imagine.
Oh, Artie's trolling. I've read books, but not many in university.
What about? I mean, are we okay with like Harry Potter's and House of the Dragon and all
That's a
those sort
book.
of like?
Yeah, Harry Potter's a
That's a
book.
book. My
Like we don't
argument
have
is
to
that
be
I-
like, you know, they don't have to be proper novels. Kind
Harry
of thing.
Potter's a
That's a
proper
novel?
novel.
No,
It's
but
for young adults.
I mentioned Grapes of Wrath, right? Which is like
A classic.
a classic American.
I've read a book. I've
I've
read
read-
Grapes of Wrath.
I don't know. Honestly
Yes.
speaking, I think a lot of what makes something classic is that it came first. Like, quite frankly, The
Yeah.
Adventures of Tom Sawyer and The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn kind of f***ing suck.
The
Um,
coming first part matters, though, in my opinion.
And, like, to be clear, they don't suck. You know, I'm sure they're full of, you know, rich prose and all those things and stuff.
You're gonna upset some people.
But I didn't care. Like, I
sure.
read them as a kid, and I was like, seriously, this is what qualified as, like, good kids' books those days? My God, nothing happens. You know, so I think that you know, Just because something is
Skull
more
versus
modern,
bullet.
and just because it's full
No
of plot
contest.
holes and what
No, just don't worry about it.
and like flawed world building, you know, talking about Harry Potter here right now.
Yeah,
That doesn't make it not valid. Okay, what?
Just people are quoting me.
Quoting you?
I avoided that one because
The coming first part matters.
Oh my goodness.
does fan fiction count? Like I don't know, My Immortal and stuff like that. It was seriously his name.
Yeah, I don't know.
Tarolf.
I think the literal mental exercise of having to create a world in your brain to try to visualize it instead of just watching video and having that done for you in the modern day is actually very valuable for flexing your creativity muscles and stuff.
I promise
Weaver's
you,
Death
nobody
Express.
has made any video content that you enjoy watching. I'm talking like films, TV shows. Nobody made those without reading.
Yeah.
Like it's an important part of being able to create and not just consume.
I listen to audiobooks all the time
Tree hallucination.
because I get a lot of benefit from that as well.
Yeah,
because
but
you
does
still have to imagine.
just listening to it, like, because when you're reading it, you are solely focused on the page. If you're just listening to it while you're cooking dinner, like, you're not hallucinating properly. Now, am I being a novel purist? I haven't read in years, so
No,
it's not like
I
can say
think
much.
reading is objectively more based than listening to an audiobook. I just sometimes, if I'm driving, I'm going to listen to an audiobook and I'm
Really?
still
You don't just read behind the wheel?
just a full
I just got-
hardcover.
hardcover, and then you have your phone taped at the top of it for Subway
Oh,
Surfers.
nice, good,
Yeah.
good. Yeah, 'cause you shouldn't read without Subway Surfers.
Yeah,
You should,
exactly.
you know.
And then I got podcast one ear.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, good.
Corey, as the name says, there's something to be said for books that break the mold and redefine entire genres of literature. They may be weak in comparison to modern equivalents, but those equivalents wouldn't exist if not for the OG. And that's fine if you're like a literary historian, but I'm just saying for people who just like should practice reading so they can flex their reading muscle, I don't necessarily consider that to be the best use of their time.
We're not talking about learning literature.
Wuthering Heights also fucking sucked. I'm sorry. It sucks. It's not good. I didn't enjoy it. I'm sorry. Again, it's like boring. It moves at a glacial pace, and it's a high cognitive load to read it because it uses kind of archaic English, and it was not enjoyable. I'm sorry. And you're not going to get anybody. This was a really good. I forget. I think I overheard this conversation, or no, it was relayed to me
Headshots
by
become
Yvonne,
real easy when I
and
pretend the
it came
target's
from
Richtofen.
one of.
Smoked your ass.
There's a kid that Yvonne and I both know who goes to a religious school, and basically you can get some really interesting opinions on what kind of literature is okay to read from people who have their doctrine and their belief system and who are educators, and they can kind of end up prescribing a really restrictive diet of literary materials. And I was quite surprised, based on what I knew about this particular teacher from context, that what they basically said is the best thing for a kid to read is anything that kid will read.
Yeah. Yep.
Literally
Yep.
anything. I don't care. It
Yep.
can be witchcraft or Minecraft or did I say Minecraft
What
twice?
about more Minecraft?
Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is, it can
Thanks
be
for coming to
anything.
Bodies
Just
by
make
Weaver.
sure that they
Come again.
learn to bloody read. And so, yeah, I think if you go and you give kids like, yeah. I mean, I'll come back to my example. Okay. Oh, here's one. I loved The Secret World of Og by Pierre Burton when I was a kid. And I went and I tried to read it to my kids, and they just tuned the math out.
Yeah.
It was the language was not just maybe at a bit of a high level for what they were ready for at the time, so that was part of the problem. But not just that, but it was written in an older style, and they weren't engaged
Best
with it.
deal I'm gonna
And
get in this
I
hellscape.
could have insisted, but what would I have done? I would have just created a negative
Yeah.
a
It
negative
just sucked.
reading experience. Why are we doing this?
I never liked reading at all. I've always had problems with that type of stuff. I was really bad at spelling, all those types of things. My mom was trying to get me into it because it would have benefited me fairly obviously. And I don't think she had ever read it before, but she picked up The Hobbit. if I had to make a guess, she probably picked up The Hobbit because I liked like video games and fantasy games. And she's like, well, I don't know, let's just try this. And loved The Hobbit. She read The Hobbit to me, and I was super into it. And The Hobbit being so good, not the movies. If you're a youngin who hasn't read, the movies sucked. The book was fantastic.
Yeah, the movies were just butt.
The Hobbit being so good drove me to want to read Lord of the Rings, and that was really hard. Not just because of age, but reading
a step
ability.
up.
But the story was so good that I really enjoyed that. And then I got into the Harry Potter books, and then I started expanding beyond there, and now reading became like a thing for me. And despite it being hard, I would take like an entire Saturday and just chill and read, because I'm like, this is great. I love these worlds that I'm disappearing into.
Man, I wish I had Saturdays like that as an adult.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Fox in a Box suggested SCPs, scary stories on the internet. Does it necessarily have to be a book? Can it be like fan fiction level stuff? Can it be?
I think it being a book has value because you want
Very
someone
long.
to. Yes. I think that has value.
I also think there's something to be said for it maintaining a certain bar of quality.
Consistent voice?
Like Yvonne has this app called Dream
Investment in character.
with an E at the end. And basically, it's like independent writers, and I think they get a commission from people like buying the next chapter of their stories and stuff like that. So like, it honestly seems like kind of pretty constructive for
that's cool. Yeah.
for like amateur writers. But oh my god, like it's just full of like grammatical errors and typos and just like you'll. It's written by people who've never read, so it'll be full of like homonyms that are just like, you read it out loud and the sentence makes sense, but it's just wrong. I think there's something to be said for. I'm not saying that language isn't evolving and shouldn't evolve. It absolutely does, and it absolutely should. But in the same way that you don't get to take artistic license with a painting until you like understand fundamentally how to paint, you can't really take artistic license with language until you understand the basic structures and know how to use them. And in a lot of cases, you get carelessness described or disguised as creativity, and I think there's some value to
Not that I give a shit about the paint.
consuming content that has been edited for clarity and correctness. What, are you writing fan fictions in the floodplain chat, Dan?
This is like the most classic, most famous one.
Is this a copy pasta?
No, this is a massive fan fiction based on Harry Potter, and My Immortal is known very far and wide for being a work of non.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was a joke.
No,
I've never read that before.
this makes it a lot better because it is actually, unfortunately, sincere. It's like a The Room kind of situation.
My name is Ebony Darkness Dementia Ravenway, and I have long ebony black hair. That's how I got my name, with purple streaks and red tips that reaches my mid-back, icy blue eyes like limpid tears. And a lot of people tell me I look like Amy Lee. And if you don't know who she is, get the hell out of here.
Get the hell out of here.
There's a lot of authors.
You can't get your name from your long ebony black hair
Yeah, that doesn't really work out.
because you were a baby.
You didn't have
You're
that.
an actual idiot. So anyway, there's that. Yeah.
Sick.
Internet historian apparently did a read of it. Okay.
Phenomenal video. Yeah, that's probably the best way to consume My Immortal.
Okay.
It sounds like it probably would
I was
be.
not expecting that to happen tonight. I am so sorry, the entirety of the internet. Oh boy. Lake Linus Dune. I'm working towards my doctorate in philosophy, aiming to work in tech. Do you think my time would be better spent in research and development or policy around implementation? Also, second role for SC Hoodie.
Probably no more SC hoodie. We do have a hoodie based on that pattern coming soon.
Play
You
with
might
fire,
like it.
get burned.
As for what you should be working on, I mean, policy around implementation seems like something someone with philosophy training should probably be working on with all this AI stuff going on. But whether anyone's actually willing to pay you to do that when they'd rather just go in like a wrecking ball, I don't know. Good luck, though, and I hope you can make a positive difference in the world.
There are actually companies hiring that role.
Good. Well, they should.
Yeah. A lot of them are doing it.
But then they should actually listen instead of just hiring the role and so that
Oh,
they
no,
can tick
a lot of
box.
them are doing it in order to try to improve their lobbying efforts.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, carry on.
Hi, I work in tech retail, and we get a lot of clients looking for the cheapest systems, not understanding or wanting to understand that they won't get the functionality they want. How do I explain it?
You won't be able to explain it. The way to handle it is be enthusiastic and be excited about the things that you know are going to actually make them happy. Take time to ask questions. It sounds like you're doing that, though. Like you've taken the time to understand what they want, the functionality they're after. And so you just have to improve your salesmanship. Be excited about the things that will work. Be extremely unexcited about the things that won't work. Warn them. Tell them you don't want them to waste their money, because buying something twice, even if it's only 2/3 of the price, costs more than buying something once that actually works and actually fulfills their needs. So you just have to kind of try to break it down and do your best. Every once in a while, someone's going to come in, they're going to have some kind of expectations, and what you got to do is you got to say, look, this isn't going to work for you, but it's clear that it's what you want and you can give it a try. Here's our return policy, and if you come back in, I'd be happy to chat with you and help you find something that works out better for you. But maybe you'll try it, and maybe from our conversation I've misunderstood exactly what it is that your expectations are, and it'll work just fine for you. Just leave the conversation open.
And let's here. Last one I've got, LTD number 1, Precision Bits and PTM 7950. When?
I don't know. Logistics are a challenge. I saw someone in Floatplane chat earlier saying PTM 7950, it should be in stock. I mean, surely there couldn't be a shortage from Honeywell or whatever, but it's more of a logistics thing. We were really working on trimming down our stock on the store, and I think we kind of overswung the pendulum that way. And
too enthusiastic.
yeah, we need to do a better job of just maintaining a little bit more stock of just the run rate items that people are after, like
Tall shirts.
tall shirts. Yeah, I knew you were going
Yeah.
with it. Are they all
Like
just
these.
out of stock?
The tall shirts?
Yeah. Oh no,
I think
we
the
have small.
smalls are in.
Yeah, we have small, and we have nothing else.
For long sleeve, you have a few options. For short sleeve, it's only small. I have been tracking this often.
The microfiber shirt sold out. So I think we got the order quantity about right on that one, but we're gonna keep getting better at it. I think. I hope. We'll keep trying.
Yeah.
And I think that's it. We'll see you again next week. Same bad time, same bad channel.
Bye.
Yep. Oh. To Halo, but much faster movement and no aim assist. I haven't tried it. I would probably enjoy it. I love Quake and its Quake derivatives.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Ryan S. says, I was able to play Super Checks with my fiance for the first time this week. She was playing it similar to Foosball, all power, no finesse. Any tips for how to consistently win? Defense. 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 It's all about cutting down the angles. So you basically have to look at whatever part of your net is exposed. You put your goalie in whatever the most likely spot they are to hit is, and then you get a player in between the puck and the rest of the net. And you can, our games tend to be very tight checking games with
There was, I specifically remember one conversation that we had that you, after the conversation, were semi-regretting having, where we were discussing how to block certain shots. And that conversation, I think, was quite the inflection point in like the quality of overall gameplay.
Yeah.
Because we went back and forth a bit on like...
I outmeted him for quite a long time.
Yeah.
And then, because neither of us is that into that, whenever he outmetas me at something, he explains what he's doing. And whenever I outmeta him at something,
We both just generally want to be better.
we'll win. We'll win some games
Yeah.
if we figure something out.
Yeah.
But then we'll be like, hey,
Once you've kind of got it on lock.
the reason I'm scoring with my left winger, like every game, all the time, is because you're moving this guy this way, and you should be moving him this way. Nowadays, you either have to get lucky and you just like start hitting hard and hoping it like bounces off
Which
something and
there's
goes
some
in.
of that.
There's some of that. There's some of that in real hockey too.
100%.
Or you gotta make a good play. Make
Yeah.
some make
try
some
to
plays.
try to do a pass. So instead of just like, I have the puck, I shoot it at the net.
Yeah.
Try to like, they're guarding one angle because your player has the puck. Instead of shooting at the net, pass it to your other one and be ready and smack it right when it gets to you, so they don't have time to react and move their players and stuff.
Also, you just generally got to work on your muscle memory. Manage your goalie. That's a big one. Is whenever the puck's on this side, get your goalie to that side and then proceed to play. And then when it moves to the other side, get it over there, get back. Just keep your goalie so that he's best cutting down on the angles.
Yeah.
Daniela, hey, Lane, Lindsay, and Delilah. As a Floatplane subscriber for a long time, I feel like I've missed out on all the Dennis ads that appear in videos. Could we get a Floatplane compilation of them? Love this show. That's a really
What
good
could
idea.
be really fun too is like Dennis going over like his like favorite top 5 ones or something.
Yeah. That's a super good idea. I will send that to Artie. Dennis presents his favorite Dennis ads, period. Idea for a Floatplane exclusive where Dennis acts as the host and shows them some of the best creative sponsor spots that he's done because they don't see them. All right. Yeah, it's a really good idea. Antonio says, hey, Linux, Luke Skywalker, and Dirty Dan. With the retirement of MatPat, what are your thoughts on YouTubers retiring and the impact theorists have had on the gaming community and game development? So thoughts on YouTubers retiring, man, I've been tempted myself many times. I mean, I've said, guys, I'm not doing this for the money anymore. Don't need more of it. I do have a tendency to develop greater ambitions once I've achieved what I have. Yvonne calls me insatiable. But I assure, I swear, the badminton center's the last thing. No, it's the last thing. It's the last thing, Luke.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, the lab still is not done, and the badminton center is still not done. I just mean I'm not going to add any more massive projects.
I don't believe you.
Oh,
what I do somewhat believe is that at the very least a pause on purchasing real estate, which will limit the ability to do certain things. No part of me believes that you're just not gonna aspire to more. That is just hilarious, to be completely honest. What that more is, I think you might be able to, especially knowing you might be able to word craft your way out of it being quote unquote more, because it's an expansion of something we're already doing in some way, whatever, sure, but you know what I mean.
I feel like I'm just getting completely roasted right now, and there's absolutely nothing I can do about it.
But yeah, I don't know. We're going to use the labs team and this other something thing to make extremely high-end pool toys or something. It's like, okay, Sure, dude.
It would be cat toys before pool toys, but sure.
Yeah. But you're like, it's not an expansion because we used the labs team to design it and we used the creator warehouse team to make it. Yeah. And so it's like,
Well, what's wrong
all
with
right.
that?
So you've built all the teams that you need to build to do whatever you want.
Yeah,
and you're like,
exactly.
now I'm not expanding. No, that doesn't count.
That counts.
No.
No, that's legit. We're going to stop product development? It's all a tax write-off.
Yeah.
As for MatPat's impact, I mean, yeah,
Massive.
man, create the creative industry, just yeah, sure, gaming, but honestly, I think he's been in some ways more influential to people who have watched him and not necessarily gone into gaming or game development. He's just been an icon.
And that's
one of
just
those
a
guys
theory.
like the Green Brothers, where you're just like an innovator. Is the word that I would use to describe him. I've only had the pleasure of meeting him twice, I want to say, but he's one of those people that A, is exactly the way that you expect him to be based on seeing him on camera, and B, somehow still manages to surprise you, if that makes sense. Charles says, "Hey DLL, I recently became a father and WAN helps keep my sanity through the sleepless nights the last few Fridays. What is a piece of advice you wish someone had told you when you became a parent?" Just be firm. Be firm and never, ever break ranks. The second you and your SO say anything that contradicts the other, you are done. They will find that tiny gap in the armor and they will wedge their way into it. And I don't mean that they're evil. I just mean that they're people.
Yeah.
Little people. Annoying people. Beautiful people. But they're people. They're smart. So watch out. And doesn't matter how smart you are, because remember, they're your genetic junk. They're every bit as smart as you are. That one's done. Anonymous says, "Hey, parasocial figments of my imagination. You've said before that you try to only make products if you can add value to the market. So why cables? It feels like there are several quality cable brands. So my issue with cables is that they're often not available in the lengths that I want. And cable management is something that's a bit of a personal, passion of mine. I like tidiness. I like order. And ours will be available in between lengths. The other thing that we're going to do really well is cut out the BS. So instead of super ultra mega speed, our cables will simply be labeled with the maximum data rate that they can handle and with the maximum power that they can carry. That's it. No BS, just excellent cables. I also haven't seen many, if any, cable manufacturers use super high quality silicone sleeving. Apple used to have some cables like that, but they haven't done them in a long time. I've seen it in DIY electronics cabling and wiring rather, but seeing it in actually finished cables is pretty rare. So between the quality of the cables, the availability of middle lengths for optimal cable management, and the just no BS labels, I think that there's an opportunity for us to make a difference. Anonymous says, "Hey Linus and his two carers. Just curious to know which rig you've had the most fun building at LTT. P.S. More of the jank water cooling guy, please." The most fun? Ugh. I don't know, because there's a fine line between fun and derangement. I almost feel like we have that video coming very soon of us reflecting on our favorite builds.
So I curated this as a call out for that video, basically. So,
well, I'm nothing if not predictable.
We got there.
We got there. The mineral oil PC was just sheer joy. It wasn't that hard. It was just, let's go to the pet store and buy a castle and put it in a computer. Right?
We already knew how to do it. We had
Yeah.
a kit. It wasn't.
It's just fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty fun.
Yeah.
We've done a lot of fun
I always
stuff,
come
though.
back to that one.
Man, and some of it's just wow, even less purpose. Like I did that one where we had a heat sink, like an air cooler heat sink, and we just like ran water over it. We like we put it in water to see
water cooler.
Can you water cool air cooling? Right,
heat
like that's just fun. It's just fun. Did we build a computer? Really, I don't know. More we ran a science fair experiment, but it's if we weren't having fun, we wouldn't do it. Hey, speaking of fun, we did how to clean your water cooling recently, and it ended up being a really fun video.
That's cool.
We were going to do it, and then a toothbrush sponsor wanted to work with us on a sponsored video. I went, holy shit. The timing of this is unbelievable because we were just going to do a like how to clean your water cooling thing. And we weren't really sure if there'd be enough of an audience for that, so it wasn't a high priority. Even though we did want to do it. And then things got even better because one of my favorite degenerates that works here, David, who doesn't take care of his stuff, which you guys would have seen in his Intel Extreme Tech upgrade, hasn't touched those water-cooled systems since I built them. And they had some scary stuff in them. So we combined checking in on a previous upgrade with how to clean your water cooling with we needed to do a sponsored thing for like a super high vibration rate electric toothbrush, and it ended up being like a really good video. It's informative, it's fun and funny, and it's sponsored. So hey, keep the lights on.
Yeah,
well, I mean, not very on. It's WAN Show After Dark, but
only a little bit.
On a little bit.
Yeah.
We got to pay Dan somehow. I mean, oh,
he is off working.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I'm saying that for them.
Archive. Sean says, hey, Dillel, just got my screwdriver. Have you considered doing similar real-world reviews with other work-battered items like you did with the miner's backpack? No, that just kind of happened by chance. It's kind of a cool idea, but I don't think it's the sort of thing that we'll go out of our way for. If you want to see people's real-world reviews, lttstore.com is chock full of them. Like, if you ever have any doubt in the product, feel free to, peruse the reviews where you will find lots and lots and lots of real-world impressions of our products. There's over 8,000 reviews for the LTT screwdriver, many of which include photos, or some of which include photos. I shouldn't say many. They can include photos. A lot of people don't use the feature, but they definitely can.
Yeah.
Man, every once in a while, I'll just sit and read reviews. I can't even keep up. Look at this. All of these are from the 6th of March. Okay, so we're on March 5th here. Here we go. All of these are from March the 5th. Okay, now we're on to March the 4th. People are really passionate about this product. Even the ones that aren't 5-star are like, dang, I really appreciate the behind-the-scenes decision. This is a reflection of the dedication of the quality of LTT. I can't read all the amazing, wonderful things that people say about our screwdrivers.
That not 5-star one includes a line saying, I signed up for the precision screwdriver.
Exactly. Oh, man. I'm glad I can support great content with actual great products. Dang, man. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so I've dealt with all the incoming and potentials.
Nice.
I can read if you would like.
You want to participate for a change? How about I read one for you? Ryan
Sure.
G, if I buy this with my company card, is it a tax write-off?
Yes.
No. I'll use the mouse pad for work. Oh, then yes, maybe. Partially, maybe. Also, Luke, what's the hardest challenge you've had to solve at Floatplane other than live streaming? Payment processors.
That's been very annoying. I think the biggest one is
site
just
protection.
been accomplishing what we
HR.
have with the team size that we have. I can't really understate how crazy it is that we were able to pull that
We
off.
have a very talented team. Shout
It's actually kind of nuts. And any time that I don't know. I don't want to get way too into it, but building a new feature when you have yes, this individual person is responsible for all of the apps and all of the front end.
Yeah, and then we know of other sort of creator, platform things, and they have a team of a lot of people.
That do that entire team has less responsibilities than that one person, and the thing that it just
Has a lot of things that were kind of like, oh, okay.
So
Not shouting out anyone in particular.
no,
Just our team is very talented and they're great.
yeah,
And you know what? Their leader's pretty great.
yeah. Thanks, man.
Oh, you mean you?
Oh,
I mean,
you mean you?
no, I mean Taryn.
Oh,
No, I was just bugging you.
was that? That would be right though.
Yeah, I'm not in their reporting path at all anymore
Wait, is it?
because he's the leader.
Is
wait,
he?
No, hold on a second. Am I still
I think
CEO
it's still
of
you.
Fullplane?
Yeah! You're still a CEO.
Oh, that's hilarious. I probably shouldn't be. When you don't know,
I never thought about this at all.
yeah.
That's so funny. You can tell that reporting line was important.
Yeah, whoopsie doodles.
Oh,
Okay.
Wow.
Elias says, "Hey Linus, have you switched to that Alienware AW2725DF monitor that you unboxed for Short Circuit? I wanted it back."
oh,
So I haven't gotten one yet because I'm lazy. Also, it's really small, so my incentive to upgrade to it has been pretty low. I do want it though, man. It was just I couldn't miss, Luke. It's like I was cheating.
I'm tempted, but it's so much money.
It's so good.
It's so much money, and I'm like trying to get away from shooters right now because of how many cheaters there are.
Do it, you coward.
What should I say?
Oh, it's like $700 or something.
Oh. When my next monitor dies, it'll be cheaper then.
Yeah, it's like 1,000 Canadian dollars, dude.
Oh.
Yeah, dog.
I was doing not salary but contract rate negotiations with someone today, and they told me their US number, and I was like, nice. And then I converted it and I was like, oh.
Nice.
We'll see.
Man, look at these reviews though. This monitor is true wow factor. Best monitor I ever owned. Astounding OLED monitor.
Wow.
OLED is the wave. It's the wave. This is almost as good as our screwdriver, Luke. Look at this.
That's genuinely pretty nice.
Actually, oh, well, hold on. It's sort by highest tool. God, that cannot be the default Dell. What the f***, Dell?
Wow.
Okay, ours are sorted by most recent. Okay, so let's see what they end up with then.
Wait, is it
What
the
just
same?
happened? Did that just do anything?
I don't think so.
Oh my god. Most relevant. Hello? Okay, that one changed. Okay, most recent. A shining star on my desk. Okay, is this... Okay, I don't know what just happened here. Anyway, it may be even better than the LTT scale. Oh, died after a week. Dude, this is... okay, other than DOA, it gets 5
Which is
stars.
gonna happen with monitors.
Disappointing packaging, so it's got a problem with it. Screen lottery risk, so packaging again. Anyone who gets a working one is like OMG, the best thing ever, and I back that up.
Epic.
Had to get a replacement. Literally every single one that isn't 5 stars is like, it's brokey.
That's pretty epic. Someone said, doesn't Linus pay for Luke's computer stuff for the tower?
Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
That's where I draw the line.
I'm not
I
complaining.
draw the
I'm
line.
not complaining. I
I draw the line.
Monitors and peripherals and stuff have always
See this right here? This is a line.
Some of them sound hella scripted. Yeah.
Some of what? Oh, maybe. Yeah, sure. I mean, they might be fake.
We don't know.
Ours are not.
Yeah.
Mike says, I'm saving this gift card until I can buy an LTT tax write-off shirt in big and tall sizes. Linus, please tell me when I'll be able to spend this. I'm not guaranteeing that. I guarantee nothing. But thank you for your tax liability gift card. It's not a tax liability. It's just a... Wait, hold on. Is it? No, I think it might be. Because it counts as an asset, but it's not... I can't remember how it works, but gift cards are actually like sort of inconvenient in a sense. Like they're a liability when you count your business assets or whatever.
Yeah.
It's fine though. Please buy gift cards or whatever. Igor says, just got a job as a computer teacher for teenagers and young adults. Aside from PC building, what do you consider important skills for PC enthusiasts? I really want to light a fire in students. Troubleshooting. The rush of solving a problem is one that can't be over, what it shouldn't be under, it's good. Yeah.
I think a security-focused lesson where you make it like the students, I don't know, trying to teach kids security stuff and trying to make it fun could be kind of cool. Like maybe you could split the class into like 4 teams or something, and give them, like, they have to like send emails to each other and they have to be able to detect which email is like sketchy or something. I don't know. Could be interesting. It would need some workshopping, but it could be fun. If you could find some way to teach kids good, internet usage practices in regards to security, that would be super, super valuable for them. And if you could find a way to make it fun, that would be great.
Hello, Linus Tax Tips. I'm Chaz. What are some odd things you've seen wired up to a computer? i.e., I'm wiring up an aftermarket car stereo from the 2010s to my PC for audio and CD/DVD playback. That's an odd one. Alex wanted to run a subwoofer off of a computer power supply for some reason. He wanted to build the computer into a sub enclosure. We didn't actually do that, but he wanted to.
Sounds cool.
Cigarette lighters are one of the funny ones from the late 90s, early 2000s. You could get 5.25 inch bay cigarette lighters. I have personally just run power out of my computer for fans that are not actually in the computer, or lights that are not actually in the computer, that are just somewhere else, because it was just convenient, because it was a Molex connector, and I was like, here we go. I mean, power's power, right?
Yeah.
Give it to the people. Christopher, hey LLD, first time buyer. My partner and I can't wait to read this to our baby, who's arriving in a few weeks. Heck yeah, ABC's of Gaming, let's go. Any tips for managing screen time for young kids as ours grows up? Don't use it as a crutch. The biggest obstacle to managing kids' screen time is parents. You have to learn. You have to be disciplined enough to force them to be disciplined enough to not just stare at a screen. Your kids are going to scream and cry in a restaurant. So you have 2 options. You can have a pleasant meal by giving them your phone, or you can soldier it out. You can grab your kid, take them out of the... Not like this. I just meant grab your kid.
No shake.
Take them out of the restaurant. I used to do this all the time. Your food's going to get cold. Your steak is going to get tough while it sits there and you are not eating it. You sit them down outside the restaurant and you go, the way you're behaving is not okay. Do you like being out here? No? Do you think I want to be out here? Well, what do we need to do? You need to stop the noise you're making. That's not okay. Nobody wants to hear that. And when you're done, we can go back inside. If it takes too long, you go back inside, you leave them there, you stand there, you watch them through the window, you make sure no one's going to take off with your kid or whatever. You wait it out. There will be times when it will take an hour. But what they learn is when you say, you will eat this food, you will do it quietly, that's what will happen. They can have a lot of tears in between, or they can yell, or they can do whatever. But that's what's going to happen. I mean, I've never had to hit my kids. Never had to, we focused on whatever we say will happen, and we will wait you out. And it has been so effective.
I've seen some of it.
Time. Yep. And I don't mind putting them in a slightly unpleasant situation.
I also, as a childless person, I kind of appreciate it, because if you just sit there, if you don't do the phone thing, but you just sit there and don't do anything, then it's just annoying for everybody else.
Yep.
So by removing them from the scenario, it's like, okay. Cool.
And there will be escalating levels of unpleasantness. The first place I might put them when they're not behaving at the restaurant is inside the restaurant, sitting at the front. And I just ignore them while they do not get it. They want attention, right? So don't give them attention for that. And then if they keep doing it, well, hey, next up is outside.
Yeah, he said had to. He would never hit his kids.
Yeah.
It was just a verbiage thing. Don't worry.
I think some people justify it by saying that they had to, that there was no other way.
Yeah.
And I strongly believe that patience is the most powerful tool because they're not disciplined. They're kids. They are not patient. If you're willing to, you can always outlast them. Always. And like I said, it's not that I'm not willing to put them in an unpleasant situation. So at our old house, step 1 of timeout was the laundry room. Step 2 was through the door in the garage. And step 3 was out the back door outside. And I don't care what the weather is. I don't care how late it is. I don't care how tired you are. If I said, brush your teeth, you will brush your teeth. You will. And then when we're done, I say, okay, did I say brush your teeth? Mm-hmm. Okay, did you brush your teeth? Yeah. Could that have gone a lot faster and a lot more pleasantly? Mm-hmm. Okay, well then next time, why don't we do it that way? And you've got to be willing to stand your ground. Man, I remember this one time in IKEA. Man, I could hear everyone around me like talking about me because my middle child was crying for over an hour in the food court because I said she had to take one more bite and she didn't want to. And I felt awful because she was overtired. I knew as soon as we were getting into it that she was overtired, she was overdue for her nap, and it had been kind of a long day. And realistically, it was crankiness. It's not because she's a bad kid or whatever. But I had already said, you have to take one more bite.
So it's been stated. The word has been uttered.
And as soon as they find the gaps,
now if I act overtired, I can get away with X, Y,
they're
Z.
smart. They're too smart. And so, that's a big one. Is when they finally take the bite, huge positive reinforcement. Like that's really good too. Big snuggles and pick them up and like whatever, right? Oh, and never bribe. That's another one. Always reward unexpectedly. Never, okay, we can get the toy if you eat your meal. You will eat the meal. They eat it. You go, good job. Why don't we go get a treat? Never treat up front. Never, 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 never.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good point.
Yep. Has there been any funny parenting story? I mean, I thought the one in the IKEA was pretty funny.
I thought it was pretty good.
It's terrible. There was the one time my eldest, who was very shy, almost made us miss a ferry because we were at the park playing, and as we were leaving, he had borrowed a toy from another kid, like a little truck or something. And I said, okay, go give the toy back and thank him for letting you borrow it. And he went and he put the truck down and he left. I said, hey, I said you need to thank that boy for lending you his toy.
I remember that. I wasn't there, but I remember the story.
And he cried and cried and cried because he just had this petrification. He was so shy sometimes, but it doesn't matter. You will be f***ing polite and you will be a decent f***ing human being. I don't care how shy you are. If somebody does something for you, you will thank them. Period. And that was one of our biggest battles. It was also one of our last ones because he was getting to the age where
He's kind of getting it.
it was where he was getting it.
Rooted in.
And we made that ferry by like 30 seconds. It was barely. And we were at that park and my wife's like, we are going to miss this ferry. Like,
And it was important for some reason?
it was important for some reason.
Yeah.
We had to make this ferry.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, then you better get with me on convincing him to go thank that kid. And I think our compromise was that she got to play good cop a little bit, which you must always agree on. If someone's going to be good cop and someone's going to be bad cop, you agree, you take turns. But she was going to be good cop and she was going to go with him. She didn't hold his hand all the way there. She didn't talk for him, but she went and she stood behind him, which gave him the confidence
Got some
boost that he needed.
Someone's got your back. That
Yep.
makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
Cool.
once we say you will do it. You will do it. So now the kids are just like, you say something and they just do it because they know they will. So I could do it now. Or there could be like a big fight and consequences and it could suck.
I wonder how this is going to go in teenage years.
It's going to be different.
Yeah.
We already see it, right? Like it's and the thing is, you've got to be ready for that. Your authority is not always going to be absolute. We're already having that conversation with the eldest, where we're going like, look, you are going to be making a lot of your own decisions ongoing here, a lot more of your own decisions over time, and so we start to involve him in them. Like he had a bit of a persistent injury and really wanted to keep doing his badminton training, but we have some concerns about developing a chronic injury before you're even an adult. And we were basically like, okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're not going to tell you what you're going to do. We're going to outline all the different possibilities and all the different options.
Pros and cons.
We're going to tell you which one we think you should do. And then you are going to make a decision. So you have to start going through those processes with them. That's because otherwise you're not really equipping them for the future when they will have to make their own decisions.
Do you talk about like how you came up with those options and how you established the pros and cons and stuff?
Yeah, so we kind of go, okay, look, you can stay doing exactly what you're doing. The pro is that, you know, you enjoy it, you're going to improve. The con is that you might not improve at the rate that you think you're going to, because having an injury can affect your form. It can affect your performance in game. It can affect you mentally. It doesn't make people happy to not be improving, right? You can go cold turkey, which I think will be best for your recovery. Or we also presented the option of training on an adjusted schedule at a lower rate, and he ultimately made his own decision. And you know, that's the next part, is you have to respect it, even if he makes the wrong one, because that'll happen.
You kind of need to go through that too. So,
and you know, I've realistically, guys, I get the opportunity to talk a lot about, you know, the things that go right, and I get to put, you know, my own spin on it. I'm sure there's times that my kids have been unhappy with the approach, and I'm sure there's ways that everything that we're doing could backfire. You know, the strategy that works for one kid does not necessarily work for another. So don't take all of this as just like, oh yeah, Linus thinks he's a perfect parent. I don't. I make all kinds of mistakes. Everyone does. Be ready for that. Own it. That's a big one. Apologize. Seriously, when you get something wrong, say sorry. Man, I felt bad when I was so tired of reminding the kids on weekends to brush their teeth in the morning, because they do it automatically on the weekdays, but they just get distracted and forget in the mornings on weekends. And I came up and the girls hadn't brushed their teeth, and I basically went, okay, no treats this weekend at all. Nothing with sugar in it, period. I didn't realize one of them was going to a birthday party that day.
Oh.
But I said it. Now that I've said it, it is said. So she got no cake. She got no treats. I felt terrible. And I know this happened because Yvonne went to the party with her.
Oh.
She got nothing. You know what? You know how many times she's missed brushing her teeth? Goose egg.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I apologized. I said, sorry, I wouldn't have said that if I had realized that you were going to a birthday party. And, you know, so you kiss and make up, right? You, hey, I'm sorry, but also when I say something, it's law. It might have been Dan, not sure. All right. Oh, this is the same one.
There's a comment in Philippine chat. Mind Paradox said, my daughter tried scream shaming me into buying her candy in Walmart. When I said no, she threw herself on the ground and flailed hands and feet, screaming about how I never buy her anything. I'm chaotic neutral generally, so my response was to throw myself on the ground right next to her and scream, I can't afford to buy you everything you want, while flailing my hands and feet. Her 4-year-old self was up in a flash, and from full-on tears to screaming to, Daddy, Daddy, please are looking. People are looking.
That's pretty good.
Very funny.
I pulled that once over a donut.
What?
I was probably about 8.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That was the one time I was spanked.
Oh.
Yeah. It's like a core memory. My dad immediately dropped whatever groceries we had, grabbed me by the arm, took me to the car, gave me one good one, and went, don't ever do that again. I didn't.
I remember,
but I don't agree that that's the way to do it. I'll give reminders. Like, this is one of my favorites. You've probably seen me do it.
I think so, yeah. But that might have looked lighter than that, though.
Like,
I've seen it's pretty light. Like,
yeah.
it's not, no actual pain is inflicted.
So I was inspired by watching like some kind of bird remind its young about something. And so I was like,
yeah.
So when they forget like a please or something like that, and I don't want to have to verbally remind them because I'll just give them a little double index finger tap on the head. And they're like, thank you, or or whatever it is.
I remember these are not these are not great, but my family did spanking. It was very common back then. My parents are great, just to be very clear. But it was once we hit a certain age, it was very ineffective on my brother and I.
They were into it.
We played a lot of contact sports. So like that type of, it didn't matter. Once the like hairbrushes and spoons started breaking and we would just laugh, that was like, that like the mental damage being inflicted was significantly heavier on the other end, because they're like trying to inflict punishment and you're just laughing amongst it. There was also one point in time where my brother did this, and then I copied him because I thought it was funny. We ended up doing the thing, to be clear. We weren't that bad of people, but my mom was like trying to get my brother to do something, and he just laid on the ground and was like, "Make me," because he's like a huge football player, dude. He's like, "What are you gonna do?" Yeah, just to taunt them for a second, and I did it anyways because he's a good guy. But yeah.
Oh man,
it was great.
Okay, Evelyn. Hey, WandyLL. The curling team I coach made it to the league Bonspiel. What do you all do to manage performance anxiety after an important win and when the stakes are high? I suck at it. I haven't competed much in my life, like in competition. Obviously, life is a competition, but like at even like stupid recreational badminton tournaments and stuff, when it's a big match, not even at a tournament, even when I'm playing against like the people who are like realistically too good to play with me, and I like want to do my best, I get tense, man. I really struggle with that. I have no advice for you. Nothing.
My brother and I both get adrenaline shakes pretty bad. I find if I'm doing, I never even knew this was a problem until I was a bit older, because whenever I was in sports, physical sports, it would take care of itself, kind of. I don't know why. I guess the energy was being physically expunged enough that I didn't really get the shake so much. But if I was in like, I used to play Counter-Strike at a decent level. If I was in like a Counter-Strike tournament, my hand would just... And it was very frustrating. I don't know how I necessarily figured this out, but eventually I was still able to make shots while that was happening.
Just compensate.
I have no idea.
Sheer force of will, let's go.
Brain figured it out somehow, but it was a concern for a while.
Have fun. Remember why you curl.
Have
fun.
There's a bit of a trick where if you breathe in really deeply through your nose, and then when you've breathed in pretty much as much as you can, pause for a second, and then try to breathe in a little bit more, like... Then breathe out through your mouth, and it's calming. That can kind of pull you down a little bit. I've done that before. That can genuinely help. So yeah, people are giving it a bunch of different names in Full Plane Chat. I don't know. I just know it works. At least it works for me. He got used to the pattern of the shakes. Yeah, maybe. I don't know what it was. It was annoying.
It's like recoil compensation. Okay, so I have to draw a 7, yeah. But like this.
Yeah.
Chris asks, any idea when water bottles will be back in stock? Hopefully soon. I don't know. The store has grown a lot. The business has grown a lot over the years, and we haven't necessarily kept up in our processes. And we've got some consultants that started a little while ago that have a lot of experience in e-tail and business management, and going to be kind of helping the team. Taryn brought them in, and I'm pretty excited for some of the differences they'll be making. And I think just sort of inventory management is one of the things that we're going to be looking at how to do better. And that doesn't mean that we suck or we're stupid or anything like that. It just means like you're not born knowing anything,
I think
and it takes time.
I'm pretty excited about it because I think like we've promoted within a lot, which is cool. People like that, but it does mean that I mean a lot of people that work here have at a career level of job have only worked here. Like I would consider myself only really having worked here. I've had a ton of other jobs, but they weren't really career jobs. They were just jobs. So that means that we don't have a ton of experience in like how other companies do things, which sometimes means that we'll run into a problem and not really necessarily know what to do, which we might actually end up on the right answer, but it takes some triaging or some trial and error, and hopefully we'll end up there. Whereas sometimes people can just come in externally and be like, oh yeah, I've worked at like 5 different companies that are all like omega big. This is how they do it. It's like, oh, okay.
Cool. Why
Nice.
reinvent a wheel?
Yeah.
It's a good wheel.
Sometimes it's worth it. Often it's not.
Yep, we've invented a lot of wheels that have been pretty good wheels, but
Yep.
sometimes there's a better wheel already.
Yep.
Josiah asks, hi, Mr. Tooltips and the gang. I recently loved the LTT video on the K-swap to the Synchro Q704, which I had to look up to remember what it is. It's that one with the One Connect power supply from Seasonic. Super, super cool. Wait, no, this isn't the right one. Oh yeah. This one. Yeah, exactly. This is the one. So it has that like power distribution thing from Alex's upgrade. Anyway, the point is, they ask, has he had any issues? Not that I know of. Also, can you do an SFF PC plus theater setup video? Honestly, if you have the space for it, I wouldn't recommend doing a small form factor for a theater, because you want it to be as quiet as possible, and small form factors tend to compromise on cooling. So if it was me, I would probably go with as big of a media sort of friendly looking enclosure as I could get away with, in order to have big fans in it that move a lot of air without spinning too fast. That would be the best advice that I could give. With that said, I definitely am going to do a video turning our original Steam Machine prototype into a home theater PC at some point. We still have it kicking around. I want to build like a rip and fast compact machine in it. So no, but yeah. And I think that's it. Thank you so much for tuning in. We will see you again next time. Same bad time, same bad channel. Wait, don't do it yet. For Floatplane subscribers,
Oh yeah.
assuming Dan has it working,
I don't know. Maybe.
there will be an after party today. You can join us for our not traditional. What's the word?
Is it not traditional?
Customary? Not customary. Give me some more words. Traditional, customary, ritual. Yes, ritual.
Yeah, that works.
That's the one I want. Our weekly super checks ritual. Best of what?
5
I mean, really, for the people?
for the people. My throat's in like a lot of pain, but maybe I can do 7.
Well, you have to decide ahead of time. You can't
I
be like,
know. I
maybe.
hate this.
Well, you can't, because you can't decide what it's going to be out of midway through.
I feel like you can.
No, you can't. Not unless you're tied. But then after one game, you might not be tied anymore. So people are like best of 8. Come on, you.
What? No.
Okay, I'm gonna have to let the people decide, I guess.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, well, let's not let the people decide. Let's let Luke decide. But he'll decide sometime between now and when we start.
Yeah. How about that?
All right.
Cool.
Okay, so I guess.
At least 5. At least best of 5. Probably best of 7, but we'll see.
Okay, so what do we do now? I don't know how to end the show anymore.
I don't know if he wants it to be. He was talking about streaming from the other computer, so we might need to end the show and then start another one.
But that's okay, because we can spam
We're
notifications.
just
on
sending a
Floatplane.
notification of Floatplane.
Yeah, so that's fine.
I'm assuming that's what he wants to do, but I don't actually know. He hasn't come back down.
But I don't know how to end the show. Like, he doesn't have us end it anymore. There's a thing he does. No, you don't just press that.
I can probably go figure that out.
Okay. Well, I mean, no, you have to be here, though.
Oh, to say the thing.
Yeah, so, like, what do we do?
I can call Dan.
Okay, let's do that. Speaking of rituals. I haven't heard from him during the show, so I actually have no idea what his status is. Oh, already added that fun idea of Dennis presenting his sponsor spots to their
Hello,
content
are you
calendar.
good? Okay, sounds good. Yeah, we need you to end the stream. Okay, bye.
We're helpless now, Dan. We don't know how to do things for ourselves.
Well, apparently it was good timing. He was coming down anyways, because I think he's done.
Oh, nice.
So I think we're good to go.
Okay, sick. That's awesome. I did that on purpose. Perfect timing on purpose. Nice.
He could tell by the percussion of the footsteps.
Yep.
Yeah.
I could tell.
Yeah.
Hopefully that wasn't too disturbing.
I could tell by the angry swearing no longer happening. No, so-
There was a lot of that. Pulling my head out.
Head out.
Haired.
I think you mean hair.
Hair.
Okay,
Got
anyway.
a lot of that.
Okay.
Bye!
Oh, man. We need a shirt that just says bye. Up everyone, and welcome to the WAN Show. We have a fantastic show lined up for you guys today. What is up with game mods getting DRM? Okay, we're going to be talking about that. The Starfield DLSS 3 mod has reignited controversy over paid mods. Also, Mozilla has found that cars are a privacy nightmare, watching you sleep and not sleep, as it were. What else we got?
The Nintendo Switch 2, or whatever it might be named, has been demoed behind closed doors. And we'll talk about what we would want from it
Yeah,
later
I
on
mean,
in the show.
nobody knows anything, but I know what I want to see.
Yeah, yeah. And Rockstar, they just use pirated copies of their own games to sell.
Yeah.
What a hack.
Right?
What a cheat
Can
code.
you steal pirated code? I think so.
I think so.
I think so. I think there are guidelines about that.
Yeah,
That's a dated reference.
I liked it.
The show is brought to you today by The Ridge, Secret Lab, and wow, those go really fast. Red Magic. Thank you, Dan. Why don't we jump right into our headline topic today?
Paid mods.
Starfield's DLSS 3 mod has reignited controversy over paid mods. Modder Pure Dark released a DLSS 2/XCSS mod for Starfield for free on Nexus Mods. But, which is really great, by the way, because the fact that the game did not support DLSS out of the box, as Luke and I observed when we did our early access playtime with it, that unfortunately is not going to be a YouTube video, but will be available on Floatplane. It just, yeah, I can talk a little bit more about that later, but it's not coming to YouTube ultimately. But we definitely noticed that it would have been nice to have DLSS. But here's the thing. In addition to the free mod on Nexus Mods, they also posted an early build of the same mod that included DLSS 3, including NVIDIA's frame generation feature that is only supported on RTX 4000 series cards. And they released this on their Patreon page, requiring a $5 monthly sub to access it. Users reported that a single payment, though, so subscribing for just 1 month, appears to unlock the mod perpetually, which honestly I'm okay with. Like, if you have a subscription, but people are allowed to have all you can eat while they have the subscription. I mean, it's basically the same way that we did all of the behind the scenes content from LTX.
Yeah.
You upgrade your subscription.
After how much work it was to install the world's largest TV in my theater room, I never thought that less than a year later, I'd be replacing it. Oh, God, I got it. Especially with something that is technically smaller, if you can believe that. Oh, okay. She's down, she's good. I just want to do the traditional Yvonne for scale.
Am I an average-sized person?
I don't know, somewhere in the world. But here we are. I think it's time, old friend. You know, we've had some really good times over the last year, but the truth is, I found someone new, someone brighter, slimmer, younger, someone with double the number of local dimming zones.
Linus, please, I'm still sexy.
I know, TV, but I only have one theater room. Well, with that out of the way, let's get to work installing the new one with some help from our sponsor.
Nexigo. Their anniversary sale is on right now, and you can get the Aurora Pro projector plus a 100-inch Fresnel screen, all in a massively discounted bundle. Check it out at the link in the description today.
Where are you taking this?
I am not sure yet.
Are we putting it in the theater room? Are you putting it right here?
Here's the thing. It's 5 inches diagonally smaller than what I already have. And when it comes to immersion, size isn't everything, but as we discussed recently in that video on the 98-inch TCL,
It's a lot.
it's a lot. There's the sheer volume of light thrown, there's the immersiveness. However, on paper, this thing is so much better than the old TV that losing 5 inches could be worth it. So how about this? We unbox it on the carpet here, we have a look at it. We have a look at that, and we decide if it's worth moving in.
I don't want to move it out of the box, but okay.
Maybe they thought of that. Maybe like TCL,
How copy?
they have carry handles included.
Barricaded the command
Is
center.
that for your TV?
Screws into the side.
You carry it?
You can do other
See if
things
there's
with it
anyone
too.
left
Come on.
to save.
Yeah, well, it's
Body
not flared
cams
base,
live.
so be careful.
I'll keep
Why
eyes on
does
it.
everyone who works here know that? With a normal TV, you would lift the box off the top, but ceilings are a thing. So I think the way this is gonna go is it's just gonna kinda,
Oh my God, this is terrifying. This is, oh, that's scary.
attention, accessories above. Dude, you could build a house out of this kind of cardboard. Look at this.
Keep it for your cats.
You doing okay with that box over there?
Yeah, I'm just trying to move it.
Ah!
Should we get these big, thick cardboard pieces off first then?
I'm feeling like they've got, attention, accessories above there, because they kind of want you to,
Take the foam off?
yeah,
Okay.
just a vibe.
Their
I'm getting a
expertise
vibe.
to end this outbreak.
Here's another improvement over the TCL. It actually comes with mounting feet. That one is wall mount only out of the box. Dude, this thing's as dangerous as that gun. Like, oh hey, look, he found instructions.
Yeah, you know, it might just fit on your current cabinet there.
Dude, it's this close to the ceiling already. We haven't even put it on a thing yet.
I think it's too wide anyway. Look at this, it shows 4 people there.
We don't have 4 people.
No, we don't.
Cool. I don't know what it is, but with these giant TVs, I kind of expect them to come with a bigger remote.
Pretty big remote.
That's true. Pretty okay selection of included buttons. I don't mind anything but Tubi. Who watches Tubi?
What are those?
What are these? They
Covers?
look like little I/O covers or something. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll put those aside for now.
It looks like it does allegedly come with some kind of handle. And the TV itself is only 240 pounds, 239.2. I can lift 120 pounds. You can lift 120 pounds. It's 240. We're good. We don't need 4 people.
Are these little cable management chummies?
The other foot,
Oh, what about second foot?
second 5-pound foot.
Man, even this foam like
This is
has
thick.
substance to it. You know? These ones come off next.
Yeah, I took one from the other side already, and then it looks like we got to take the side cardboard
Okay.
off. All right, that was easy.
Woo! I mean, anything this big is gonna have a little bit of flex, but it's a little scary. Here's the front energy guide. Energy cost off the charts. Though in fairness, the comparison range is TVs that are 69.5 inches or greater. So I think Hisense is probably doing all right. Hey, the handles are integrated.
Ooh.
How handy is that? Wow, this does not feel as solid
Yeah.
as the TCL ones did.
Maybe tighten.
Since we're back here, we can talk about the audio.
Yeah, 4.2.2, 2 subwoofers.
Dang. Though, just like we mentioned with the 115-inch TV, if you are spending this much on a display and you aren't at least buying a decent soundbar system,
What are you doing?
Do we know how much this thing costs yet?
So 20,000 for the special edition. Still don't know how much the regular one is, but probably at least like 15 grand or something.
Oh,
I doubt
at
it would be
least.
half.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It'll be like 18 or 19.
Exactly.
Or 20. The special edition might just
It
be
might just be
an
a limited run.
introductory.
Two in
Yeah.
the chest,
How the
one on
heck
the head.
are we supposed to attach the feet to this
Spoiler,
thing?
the
That's a
head's
great
all you
question.
need.
We'll answer that after we take a look at the I/O. It's got 4 HDMI, 2 of which can do up to 4K 144 Hertz with a supported input. It's got a couple USB ports, coax, hardwired LAN, SPDIF, and this is interesting, it's still got an AV in, though it doesn't come with the little adapter. Whoa, dude, these speakers are trippy.
Oh, there's speakers on the side.
Yeah.
That's why it's angled out like that too.
That's actually kind of exciting because it's been years since I've seen a TV that has proper front-facing speakers. This might have okay sounding speakers. There's more up here. These
Yep.
might be height.
Yep.
Oh, these might also be cooling vents. So we'll see.
Fair enough.
Wait, I think I found the cooling. We've got 4 vent spots at the back, 2 at the bottom and 2 at the top. And if these are for cooling, it's for very good reason because this thing is rated at a staggering 10,000 nits peak brightness. To put that in context, the TV we're replacing was already 5,000 nits peak brightness and was among the brightest sets on the market. This thing is going to throw a spectacular amount of light. And it's about more than just brightness. A big part of the reason that many modern TVs struggle with the BT 2020 color space is that while they might be able to make that green, they can't make that green with greater luminance. They don't have the color volume. With that said, just because this has great color volume doesn't mean it has great color accuracy, and we're going to be testing that later. For now, I want to figure out how to get some bloody feet on it, and I think these 2 pieces of foam on the side need to come out. You ready? I think she might tip, Blue. Okay. Dude, they thought of this. I think there's enough clearance in the bottom to put the feet on it.
I don't know. They're pretty tall.
No, they go like this. Here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Try and unglut yourself from that, you shit
I
fucker.
wonder if those other covers are just extras then.
Wait. No, I see it.
Oh.
There's another set, so if you have a narrow console,
You can put it in the middle.
you can put the feet scary close together.
It can still fit on here.
Dude, the screen's gonna go all the way to the ceiling. I'm gonna front page r/TV too high.
Let's mount them on the edges
Yeah,
and we'll put
I
it on
think
the
so.
floor.
That's cool. There's 2 different heights. They're only about 1 inch apart, so I don't imagine it's making that much difference by the time your TV's this big, but hey, it's there.
It's great for sound bars.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, if you want to put your sound bar
That
right
makes sense.
underneath the TV.
Where do you get a screwdriver like that?
LTTstore.com.
This thing is freaking huge. I know that shouldn't surprise me anymore, but like TVs have jumped the shark. Okay, we're gonna try and do this thing?
Yeah, so we're gonna lift it up
and put
and
it
then
back
put it
there.
back here.
Oh, the fucking foam! Damn it! The foam out!
Oh, that's the wrong way.
put it down. Put it down. Put it down.
Keeps coming, doesn't it?
Okay. Ow, my hands.
Yeah, oh my god, that was terrible. I've got it. I've got the TV. Yeah, give it a push.
There you go.
Wow.
Big moment. That's bright.
It's pretty bright.
10,000 nits.
Palm of my hand.
Good lord. Even these thumbnails look incredible.
I don't think I've ever seen a bigger thumbnail in my life. That thumbnail is like the size of the TV that's upstairs in my house.
Dolby Vision 12K, let's go.
This does have Dolby Vision. It's got HDR10 Plus, it's got HDR10, HLG, it's got basically every HDR standard under the sun. Whoa!
Wow. It's like dazzling.
Yeah, look at the star in the top right. This is wild. I can't wait to see proper actual footage and not just a render.
This is with YouTube compression.
Yeah.
This is just initial impressions here.
It's funny because I'm actually getting a bit of screen door. Not a ton. It looks really good, but we're too close.
We are way too
We're
close.
way too close. Those clouds.
We haven't
though.
even taken the peel off this thing yet.
No, that's true. We haven't taken the peel off. I would love to see this using the Wi-Fi 6E
Fuck
with
you in particular.
something that's not just YouTube.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
we're getting a lot of compression. You can see in the
Oh, yeah.
the
Yeah, 100%.
waterfall.
A lot of banding.
Yeah, a lot of banding.
Still,
It still looks
I'm gonna
dazzling.
smell like
the
blood for
saturation
days.
is crazy.
Yeah.
I also want to get it in filmmaker mode and see if we are just being a little bit Best Buy affected here.
Yep.
We're in HDR energy saving. Yeah, local dimming, we're probably going to want high.
Yep. Even set to low, it still looks like fine though. It's so bright.
I'm gonna go fast backlight control on, high peak brightness.
Yep.
You know what? The out-of-the-box settings are not far off.
Yeah.
I haven't had to change pretty much anything, though we haven't gotten to clarity yet. Personally, I'm not a warm guy. I'm a standard guy. Sorry, I'm basic. Dynamic, color enhancer, blah, blah, blah. You can turn this stuff on if you want.
And it probably looks good to the eye. Might
But
not
out of
be
the box,
accurate.
it's off, which it should be.
What I want to know is if any of that like motion smoothing stuff is on.
No!
Motion enhancement
It's
film.
off by default. Look, this is not that bad. I do not like black frame insertion. I know
No, I
that
can't
a
do
lot
it.
of
I can't do
purists
it.
like it,
I
but I
hate
can't stand the
BFI.
flicker.
It's got a color tuner.
Calman service? I mean,
What?
obviously you're gonna want to calibrate a TV of this caliber.
Yeah.
Dude, that was pretty good. That's pretty
Yeah.
clean. I want to watch a movie,
Okay.
and I don't know if I can do it here. Actually, there's one quick thing I want to see before we go, because vibrant color and dazzling brightness is one thing, but without contrast, it just doesn't land. How is this going to handle this OLED demo footage?
It's pretty good. It's not getting to pure black,
I'm having a real...
right?
I can make out a tiny bit of glow if I'm this close.
Yeah. 40,000 plus dimming zones.
It's hard to tell how much of it is caused by a little bit of glow around bright objects on the TV,
Yeah.
and how much of it is caused by the veiling glare in the eye, which gives you a little bit of glow around bright objects just from your eye. That is really good.
And we've got the studio lights
Oh,
on too.
dude,
How are the viewing angles?
even off axis. Because that's where a lot of full array local dimming will fall on its face. It'll look great head on, but once you get off axis, it doesn't look it. It's still really good. I couldn't get this close to it when I was at CES.
Try the speakers.
No, let's try the speakers. Let's try them in the theater. Okay. Yeah, let's go. Hey, no problem, Robert.
Well, this is the easy part.
Go to your right. Hey, see, it's not so bad.
That was the easiest part of this
We
entire
could be
thing.
professional TV installers.
Absolutely not.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy. Hey, Adam, how you doing? Good. That's a big TV. Now that we have it in front of that one, it doesn't look
As big.
that big.
It's still it's pretty big.
But when we had it next to the 75-inch that was in the rec room,
Enormous.
I bet that thing looked like a TV for mice. Here's the question to have in your mind.
Sure.
Because realistically, these are in a pretty similar price bracket.
Yeah.
As we watch content here, would you accept the 5-inch smaller screen for the better performance?
No
so
contest.
let's watch.
I don't think there's any question.
Let's watch. Let's watch.
Fine.
This is it.
Hand it off to me halfway through.
Woo! Oh, it's just a little bit cleaner, a little bit brighter. I swear we're gonna actually watch something, but first, let's hear these speakers.
It's okay.
Yeah,
Louder doesn't necessarily mean better.
I'd say it's up there with like kind of a basic soundbar, but you bought a $20,000 TV, not a $20,000 sound system, so let's pivot away from the TV speakers and let's actually watch some content here.
Do that again.
Looks as crazy as I feel.
Wow!
That like hurt my eyes.
That's a lot of light! Wow.
It's pretty good. We're not losing any of those like tree detail in the back or like the shadows in there.
Yeah, look at this.
It's actually pretty good.
Even in the lowlights of her hair, I can make out individual hairs.
Yeah.
It's bright, but it isn't white. Oh my God, look at that flash!
That's wild.
The amount of detail you can see
Going
in there.
back should
And
impress
all the
it, didn't
colors and
affect my
everything
aim.
just look pristine because of the quantum dots. That was probably what was helping so much with the viewing angles earlier as well, is it's a quantum dot mini LED.
I am blown away by how much detail there is in the shadow of all of the observers and in the camera flash itself.
Yeah, that was wild. I don't think I've ever had that much brightness just thrown at me at once. And that was full field. That was the whole screen. It probably wasn't 10,000 nits.
No.
'cause it does that in, like a 2% window or whatever.
We'll get some speeds and feeds after we've actually measured it up for you guys later.
Yeah.
This too, though, the yellowness
Yeah.
of this brightness It can make things bright without turning them white. Woo! Holy crap balls. That transition.
Not how fast you
Yeah, that
draw,
was
it's
good.
how fast
You're
you
gonna
reload.
keep the other TV now? Like, come on. 10,000 nits. It's twice the brightness, and it's got over twice the amount of dimming zones. And the quantum dot means the viewing angles are just like perfect.
The other one's quantum dot.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
All right.
they're both quantum dot.
All right.
But the difference in dimming zones,
Huge.
I don't think I've ever seen that scene look that good.
I've seen it look that good, but not this big. Because I'd argue
yeah.
that like a QD OLED, like right in front of you, like if I got
Sure.
really close, or even like a new LG G4 or something, it's gonna look slightly better than that.
Nope, you're not wrong. You're
But
not wrong.
at this scale, like that was an experience. Oh,
Wow.
the colors all still really pop too. Like all the little reds and greens on their on the shoulders.
Oh yeah. There's something about a brighter display that really makes the image look true to life instead of like you're watching it on a screen.
Yeah.
And we're not even looking at something with a lot of specular highlights or anything like that, but I feel like I'm looking at a cloudy, overcast day, you know?
Yep.
As opposed to watching a movie about a cloudy, overcast day.
I know we're in your theater room,
Yeah.
but I feel like I'm at the movies.
Oh yeah. A screen this big is game changing for
Yeah.
immersion. And there's no doubt in my mind this is a better looking screen than the one that it's sitting in front of.
Yep. And that was already really nice.
Yeah.
This scene looks great. You can see all the Viking horns and helmets in the back, even though they're
Dude,
super dark.
Oh my god, did you see the glint on the shoulder plate there?
Yeah. Even the
Oh
gun
man!
right there.
Even in a dark scene like this,
Yeah.
the leather looks so leathery.
Mm-hmm.
The metal
Headshots
looks
come
so
real
metally.
easy when I pretend the
Things are
target's ripped off.
vibrant.
Yeah, but not.
They're overselling it.
No.
Oh, the
The
glitter
glint
on
on
them.
her.
Yeah,
I know. I saw
right?
the same thing. I saw the little sparkles on the.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
Holy does this ever look good, dude? Oh my god. Dude, this looks so good. The Hisense might have to be the one.
Yeah. No. I told you the Hisense was gonna be the
Oh,
one.
I didn't think so. I thought I was gonna keep the bigger one.
10,000 nits.
I
and
know.
40,000 dimming zones.
Dude, I can't find the dimming zones.
It's really good.
It looks so good. Like, look at the black bars. They're black.
I know.
They're black.
I know.
Did we at any point mention the model number of this TV?
I don't think so. It's the 110UX. Hey, we can go
Okay.
up to 144 without an AMD card now.
Okay.
But will it stay? That's the real question.
Okay, we got it working.
Turn on HDR. Let's see if we get 10-bit.
Okay.
Wow.
Here we freaking go.
We're gonna test the latency later to see if Hisense's new chip actually can power something like this and not add a bunch of extra latency, but
I think I can tell you the answer.
it's good.
It feels really good.
Really?
Dude, gone. Completely dead are the days of terrible gaming experiences on large format displays.
Yeah.
Even modern projectors are pretty good these days.
Yep.
But these large format TVs, man, just leave them in the dust.
Yeah.
And you know what? The mouse is your worst case scenario for
bloom.
There's a little bit.
Yeah, open like paint or something.
Do this
I'm
all
way
day.
ahead of you, brother.
Let it escape.
You can actually see it adjusting. It's not as
Yeah,
bright.
Yeah.
See, the cursor brightness goes
Yeah,
down.
yeah, way down.
Especially as it makes its way into the zone. But the bloom is negligible. I'd like to see them manage this better.
Sure.
But
yeah.
that's probably a setting. In fact, I think it reset a bunch of the settings now that we're in game
yeah,
mode.
the auto dimming stuff. Yep.
Yeah, I bet we can tune this.
What's fast backlight control?
Oh.
Improve the speed at which the backlight follows
Not
the image.
available at high refresh rate.
That's okay.
I wonder if that's hurting performance a little bit then. I think that's something that could be improved. You can also really
I
see
pass on
that
the
the
open
overall
casket if I'm
brightness goes down
Yeah.
when I have a much larger window.
Yeah. But they're not advertising 10,000 nits full screen.
No.
To be
and
fair.
it's not to the point where I would consider it to be a problem.
No.
This is a very pleasant brightness to use, even when I have a
That was big.
full screen. That's pretty dim.
Shrink it again.
That's pretty dim.
Shrink it again. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
How often are you going to use this as a computer though? Because
Seriously,
it's
almost
not
never.
gonna, it's not going to do that in game.
Almost never. Almost exclusively it gets used with the NVIDIA Shield.
Yeah. This looks really good.
Dude,
This looks really good.
that looks freaking awesome.
How
Oh,
is that not a headshot? You're using a sniper rifle. It should have just killed him, shouldn't it?
I mean, I would have thought so. But how the hell am I not hitting anything?
Because you're not playing at 360 hertz on an OLED.
Yeah, that must be the problem.
This would be absolutely perfect for something like Smash as well, or like 4-player split screen Mario Kart.
Oh, dude, we've done it.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
And this one's just that, but better.
Even better.
This is an amazing display, dude.
I don't think you need the 5 inches diagonally that you've got with the TCL. I think it's worth switching to this 100%.
She's real good.
It's really good.
Damn.
That's right.
Take that, bots.
That's right. I know how to kill the bots.
It's very usable.
Oh, this is more than usable. This is good. I don't think I'd ever complain if I showed up to someone's house and this is the display I was playing on.
No, you'd be such a dick if you did.
Oh, yeah. The real question is, we've got it set up here. Are you going to leave it here?
It's like a symphony of
The accounting
bodily
is
art.
complicated. I bought the TCL.
Fair enough. Whereas Hisense was nice enough to send this to the company.
For review.
And it's a $20,000 unit, so, you know, thank you, Hisense.
Yeah.
I'm not going to complain. I get to play Counter-Strike on it. It's pretty sick.
Now the question is, are we subjectively good judges of TV performance, or is the lab going to prove us wrong?
Let's find out. Brightness on the Hisense
near-death
110UX
experience
was all
game.
over the
That
place
was
depending on how we
standard.
tested it. But in SDR standard mode, we measured a staggering peak of over 24,000 nits in a 2% window. That peak is very short-lived, but it's there. And if we set it to HDR standard, it peaked closer to 17,000 and then slowly dropped off, with different results depending on if we had dynamic tone mapping on or off. As for color gamut, because we were so amazed with how bright it got, we were really hoping to see 90+% coverage of the BT 2020 color
Even the
space.
strongest metal
Well,
breaks down eventually.
unfortunately, that's not the case. And despite the high peak brightness and quantum dots, we measured a top end of just under 83%. Still respectable, but not what we were hoping for. Kind of like our color
Head for my
accuracy.
waypoint.
In SDR filmmaker mode, we measured an average of 4.7 and a max of 8.7 Delta E 2000. That's pretty good for a giant VA panel. With HDR though, with tone mapping disabled and testing with DEITP, we got an average of almost 22 and a max of nearly 57. That's not amazing, but it looked pretty good when we were watching content on it. Maybe we were just too starstruck by how bright it got? Not sure. Last but not least, latency. In 144 Hz game mode, we measured 5.7 milliseconds. That's 2.2 milliseconds higher than the theoretical perfect. For end-to-end click-to-photon latency, we got an average of 20.1 milliseconds. It's not OLED, and I can't recommend this TV if you're trying to win your next Counter-Strike or Valorant match. But come on, it's huge!
Even if the accounting is simple, this isn't an easy decision. They're both great. This has the edge when it comes to the best possible picture quality.
Yeah,
But the TCL has size.
barely.
Barely. I'd say you're going to be happy with either one, and it is a pretty exciting time to be alive that not only do gigantic format displays like this exist, but there is competition in this space.
Just like there's competition to see who can segue
Somebody
first.
tell
To our
Carver
sponsor.
I just won our headshot contest.
Squarespace. Squarespace is an all-in-one website platform that uses AI to help anyone build a beautiful, personalized website with ease. Not only do they offer a variety of award-winning templates, but they also provide tons of features to help you run your online business. You can send invoices and accept payments from your clients through debit, credit, ACH, and more, all right on Squarespace, and you'll also get access to analytics, so you can track your site's performance and see what's working for your business. We love how simple Squarespace is. Anyone can hop in and make updates, which is why we use it for our corporate site. Plus, you can pick from tons of domain names with built-in privacy and security.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Pokemon Emerald Legacy. We are going to be looking at some gym leader rematches today, starting off with the beautifully crafted, I should say, Roxanne. I'm so glad to see you again. I'm Roxanne, the gym leader here. I'm sure we've both experienced many battles since we last met. I'd like to see how much better we've become. So, very cool is what we've got here is a double battle. Also, everyone, thank you. Thank you for the happy birthday. If you're not subscribed, you have to subscribe because it is my birthday. And we are starting this fight off. Okay, so we have Bug Rock, Grass Rock.
Sorry,
a
no
Rock
group
Smash
discounts.
is what we want to hit Lileep with. And then a Razor Leaf will be fine. What's up, Proxy? Let me get that chat looking a little bit nicer. Oof. 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 Ow. Okay.
Fuck center mass, I'm
Ow,
spraying
what a
some grenade.
start to this, guys. So this is unlocked after beating the... Oh, don't hit it. This is unlocked after the third gym. So after you have 3 badges, you beat Watson, you can rematch Roxanne. I think we want to go for the kill here. And then we'll go for a Flame Wheel over here. Or maybe I should have gone for the kill there because of speed stuff. But I didn't know. I didn't know. Cut as a bug move was an S2 change. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so that's Lileep down. Dude, this is a crazy start. Oh my gosh. I'm just like, fight. Okay, Corsola in is pretty awful if we're being honest. It's got to be a Fire Punch. And then I guess we go for a double kick there, but we got outspeed now instead. No, that's too bad. But our last Pokemon in is fortunately our best Pokemon in. So dude, I gotta say, this is like, we don't have the best team for this. We're building a Sun team and we don't have Sunny Day yet. But this is like, it's interestingly crafted is what I'll say. Oh, the Rock Tube. Okay, so we really need to survive a turn to get a Mega Drain off on Corsola. We're gonna go Rock Smash, and then we just need to get this Mega Drain off. And if we can get the Mega Drain off, it's obviously dead. Oh, huge crit on Nose Pass with the defense drop. Oh my gosh. No, don't do this to me.
Maxis used to say I
Don't
have
do
more
this to
lives
me.
than 9
Fortunately,
cats.
we're not
Me
weak to
fucking
rock,
yow,
but like those
motherfuckers.
speed drops hurt. There it is. Okay, we secured the win. Oh, what? Corsola, bulky.
After
Oh
the
my
trial, you
god.
will be expected to be able to answer the following questions. Field upgrades are extremely
I think
useful,
we go
yes
for
or no?
Nose Pass. Nose Pass is everything threatening. Hope for the kill, but oh, the Rock Slide too. Oh no! Ooh, this is
Mindset.
dude. This
Hey,
is
over here, you
okay.
dead
So
fucks.
proud of the minor success
Okay.
you are experiencing.
All we have to do is hit him. Hit this. And Rock Slide is not gonna do much. Oh, more than we
Sounds
want.
like they got my little gift.
Okay, another one. Another one. Please don't flinch. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no.
Upgrading trial rewards. Keep it up.
Wow. Dude. I am so
By
happy with that
programming
fight.
biscuits, I inform you that the
Oh my
highest
gosh.
trial tier
So
reward
like,
has been
you might be
unlocked.
watching this and you're like, oh wow, he lost. But that to me is amazing.
Your
Because
performance
it's like,
has certainly given me a
the
great
team did a great
deal
job in
to
building
think
this.
about.
A sick fight.
Thinking concluded.
That's my first time playing that, and I think that is really good difficulty. Like, we don't have a great team for it, but that went really well. So I think what should we lead here to get a better start on this? I think maybe actually just starting with our fire types, right? So that Nuzleaf doesn't get like one shot. Happy birthday. Thank you, George. I appreciate it. We got our first dono here today. We have Prophecy Phrase with the 10 bomb. Says, happy birthday, dude.
Happy birthday, dude. Loved Yellow Legacy and Crystal Legacy, and with Emerald being my first ever Pokemon game, the love and dedication you and your team has put into this game is incredible. Keep up the awesome work.
Okay, so I think we want to go for the Anorith here. So you're asked. Oh wait, no, but we have actually. Let's just take this out with kicking. So people are asking, like, what is going on with this team? We're actually running a Sun team. So our last two Pokemon were
Skull versus Bullet.
God, the
No
frailty,
contest.
the cruelty.
All aboard
Wow.
Weaver's Death Express.
How dare you? What's up, Seth S? Thank you. That's got it.
Abomination is down.
Okay.
Feel free
Kill
to
for
spit
kill.
on his corpse.
Kill for kill. Anyway, so yeah. Yeah, we don't have like the best team. Oh, okay, this is much better. We don't have like the best team to deal with these, but I do think we're going to build a very cool team. I'm very excited. Yeah. Anyway, we've got another dono.
If you need to hit the exit button, we're ready.
What do we got? I feel like we should just really go, just like destroy Nosepass, so that it can't like nerf us and hit us with like Thunder Wave and stuff. Oh, this is a nice fight, and it's like a good difficulty. Like it's hard, but it should be hard, you know. So all gym leaders are gonna have a rematch like this before the end of the game, except for Wallace, because we're doing stuff with Wallace. Yeah, and these were already in the game, but they weren't available till post, which always felt super weird. So now we've got them like. Just one of the rematches will be pre-champion, and then like after champion, you got 3 more rematches, just like in the base games. Oh, rolling kick. Oh, that's sick. And I think we've done all our rock smashes, so that should be perfect. If you don't evolve into Bellossom, I will say bad words to you. We are going to get a Bellossom, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to go for that chlorophyll, and it's going to be a beautiful thing. And still.
Easy when the target walks like Mac after 8 beers.
But yeah. We've also got a dono from Local Maple who says, next up, Norman, who skill swaps between Stantler and Slacking. Yeah, so Norman does have a rematch. That'll be like the final rematch of the gym leaders, like pre you becoming champion. Oh, it's so weird to not have like, you got all this stuff, but there you go. So that is the Roxanne rematch. Glad to run that twice and get a feel for it.
Max
So guys, the rest of the stream, we're going to be taking on Flannery, the Magma Mount Chimney event. We're going to be... Oh, what else are we doing today? Oh, and the Brawly rematch. We've also got a Brawly rematch to look at, so that'll probably be towards the end of the stream.
Exfil is no longer available.
And let's get cooking. Zach says... I went through over 200 Soul Rocks and didn't find
bump
a
of
Stone
this
Rose
should
one.
do the
Zach,
trick.
I feel like you know this and someone has already said this, but did you have an item? Thank you, Patrick, for the birthday wishes. Is it too dark in here? Is it weirdly dark in here? I feel like it's all good. I like that dark light versus
Ready or not, maggot sacks, here I come.
The background, you know? I feel like the bright light, but then back behind me is like kind of, I don't know, I like it. I like it. I think it looks better. I don't think so anyways. Dang, that's really interesting. Cool. Anyway, yeah, today is my birthday, and
The director
stuff
may be
done. I was
watching.
like, you know what? I got like 2
Do not
hours.
disappoint him.
Let's like bang
Or
out a
me.
little bit more.
Or him.
That was I just got the worst luck. Oh, okay. Wow, that's tough. So yeah, we're gonna have to do some thiefing on soul rocks. We're gonna catch a soul rock, but we're also gonna do thiefing on soul rocks because we want to get a soul rock for
You
this
lose.
site. Feels like appropriate, you know. This way. Let's hit a repel here. So we are heading up north to Falarber Town, the most random town of and then we've got Mount Chimney, and then onto Flannery. So use repel trick for soul rock encounters. Ooh, Zach, what level do I want to make that happen? Because that can be super useful. Thank you. Cool to see you streaming live in the same city I am. Oh, whoa, I'm an academic at the University of King's College. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I love that. Wow. Halifax is cool. It's a cool city. I'm a fan. I like Halifax. Yeah. Let me check again. I think level 20 or 21. Okay. That would actually make this very nice. Hey, what's up, Weebra? Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. I'm gonna stream tomorrow, hopefully, guys, and you know I am bringing the Halloween costume. I know these earlier streams aren't always the best for everyone. They're certainly not the most optimal time, but we do like to hit it for our beautiful European viewers. You know,
That
give
was
them slightly better,
underwhelming.
or better slot.
Trial failed.
You know, like what is it? It's 7 o'clock in the UK. It's 8 o'clock for my mainland Western Europeans. You know, so that's a nice little evening time. Do I have some UK European crew over here? Thanks, Violet Hour. Good way to cap off my workday just in time. Nice. I love that. I love that. So little double battle here. Not as intense as the last one we just fought, but not the worst matchup. Not the best. How much damage is Clyde doing? Nice. I guess I should have gone for the Rolling King. Although they're gonna send something in. I think it's a Swellow. Yeah. It's actually a pretty cracked trader. Like a Swellow and a Skarmory this early is like a pretty good team for a junior. But oh, wow. That's the difference. Like that last Roxanne fight we did was a team with like EV trait Pokemon.
You lost your head a long time ago.
Like,
I just made it official.
Gosh, it's so funny that we ended up going with a Ponyta because like, anyway, you could tell the difference, but Ponyta is like a pure fire type with fighting side moves. The reason we went with Ponyta is because it's really fast. We gave Rapidash buffs because its name is literally Rapidash. We're like, that's insane that it's not.
Thanks
really
for coming
fast.
to Bodies by
So
Weaver. Come again.
We made it faster. Germany, what's up, Germany? I'm from the UK. Belgium. What up? Yeah, we love that. We love our UK crew.
Max ammo.
Hard copies available outside of the giveaway. Not for sale. That's illegal. Switzerland, Spade. I think it does still evolve at 40, so it's going to be an interesting Pokemon on the team. But yeah. Jump in the save and see if the rematch activates when you do a wild encounter. Oh yeah, Craig, I just got your message. I don't even know if you're here, but I did set it up beforehand.
Tear them to pieces.
We're gonna get our Goodrod, and we're gonna get Dig. Yeah, I feel like Ponyta could definitely have a level 35 evolution to be okay. Like 40 is so late for a Rapidash. So late. Yeah, it doesn't feel very good. Where's my? Is this my Goodrod? Oh, this is the fight. Goodrod's down below, right? Goodrod is on this road. Am I losing my mind? Skipping Lynette. What does Lynette give you? Is there anything that Lynette actually gives us? Wow, this is horrible. This is horrible. Oh god. Oh god, I hate Gyarados.
Sunshine's the best disinfectant. So I let some into your skull.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, actually, we will need a surfer, won't we? Oh God.
Max ammo.
I wonder if we gave. I was thinking about giving Solrock and Lunatone surf, but I might have only done Lunatone because like the moons affect, you know, the tides. But I don't know, man.
Chat, the run that we're watching today is absolutely insane. Massive shout out to Flindex. His channel is going to be down below in the description. His Twitch as well. This guy's been smashing records out. Make sure you go support him. It's 14 minutes. Literally, it's 14 minutes. I don't understand how these speedrunners do what they do so well. Literally, some of the best zombie players I feel like we've ever seen in the history of the community are just absolutely... What is he doing? What are you doing in the first 2 seconds of the game? Oh my God, another one got found. Another one got found. Another spawn for guaranteed drops every game got found, and you can apparently hit it from the first 2 seconds of the game to get a double points. I'm gonna lose my mind, dude. This is also just really funny side note for all the speedrunners. All of them have like gold on their main weapon that they spawn into every game with, and none of them have gold on the pistols because those things are the most the biggest pain in the entire world to get gold. The Mustang and Sally are awful. Like everything about them sucks to get gold, so it's really funny.
I wake up in the morning.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I feel like I'm lightheaded with how unbelievably like optimized and fast Liberty Falls has already become. This map somehow is becoming like a speedrunner's haven. We've got Terminus coming up with new strats left and right, and the fact that you can run Liberty Falls and the amount of time it takes to like bake and boil a pizza is insane. It's genuinely insane that it's so fast already. It's got another insta-kill here, which is going to be big. I know that there's several new glitches. There's several new tricks that have been found in this map, and I'm wondering which ones he's going to use. Of course, he's running this with the double gobblegum active. Again, right now, double gobblegum, double points, and double weapon XP is all live. If you're not grinding zombies right now and getting those camos, you're missing out, because holy moly, the XP is getting good right now. I literally just prestiged for my second time going into prestige number 3. And oh no, prestige for the 3rd time going into prestige number 4. So make sure you're grinding out there. We're gonna be doing more round 300 boss fight like work later today. Round 5 vermin round does still have that rampage inducer on. One really interesting thing that I've been noticing a lot of, another double points. This guy's going absolutely bonkers. Does not grab the stamina up, I was wondering. Gets the double points on the free point drop, because if you have double points when you pick up those little vials, you get double points for it. I still think that pool Easter egg should be at least 500 points. Changed my mind. Okay. Oh my lordy. So literally, as I was about to say, one really interesting thing, another points drop. God, the points are good in this. One really interesting thing I'm noticing a lot for this game is the number of people that like leave the rampage inducer on only a certain number of rounds. Technically speaking, if you really want to super optimize this game, you would leave the rampage inducer on at all times. You would just get good enough so that you wouldn't need to turn it off, because it's a time waste to go turn it off. It's a... The problem is even on round 7, it's really freaking hard. And it becomes a point where you're spending enough time running away from zombies that it doesn't matter. The equipment usage is absolutely beautiful though. Another bonus points, gets that tomahawk, which if he ever buys stamina up is gonna be a huge time save because of the stamina up augments that people are now running, which basically allows you to run super fast if you get an equipment kill.
Quick and painless. Not that I give a shit about it.
But as of right now, he's using that PhD augment, which is oh so beautiful to allow him to slide super fast. Blind pack-a-punches his pistols here. Goes ahead and gets that insta-kill. Another really cool permanent power drop that you can get at any point during your game. Gets another insta-kill. So right now he's really looking for that Gravekeeper. Another double points. This is the most set up I feel like I've seen someone at this point ever in like any zombies game without using Gobblegum ever. There's the Groundskeeper. He's lucky he got that spawn because otherwise he would have been stuck here for a while longer. Round 9 Rampage Inducer still active. Equips that Mangler cannon, sliding away from the machine at the same time. I'm not gonna lie, this guy is schmoving right now. There is one more free points drop. Shoots this from far away. Shoots another one inside. Doesn't look like it opens up the dig piles, but probably just kills any zombies that are inside of there. Didn't know you could go out through that window, so you learn something new every day. Dude, this is so clean. I can't get over how fast and clean this gameplay is right now. He doesn't even go for the extra points, doesn't need them. I'm gonna go over immediately over to the valve step.
That's gonna attract some attention. Keep the hot dogs clear.
Is that the glitch? You can use a Mangler cannon when you go start turning the valve, and while you turn the valve, the Mangler cannon goes away because you use it up, and then you pull out your guns automatically, and it's a glitch to use your guns while you're doing the water pressure. That is by far the craziest glitch for this step that could ever exist. Because the problem with the step is, especially with Rampage Inducer on, you have no opportunity to do that step at all. Oh my god. Does get the stamina up, already has the tomahawk in inventory. That's all I wanted from this game. When I saw Ether Shroud was coming back, that is quite literally all I wanted, was to know that tricks like that were possible. Oh my god. What am I watching here? So he's still going for Etherella. That one is not working with him at all there. Probably like a 3-second time loss. That's a restart. Gonna go ahead and suck Etherella through the wall, or the thing through the wall here. Oh, dude, this happened to me, where it was like not working right. Gets that tomahawk kill. I'm telling you, the tomahawk with stamina up strat is gonna make these speedruns so fast. Shoots the head right on the round 11 switch, which means this is gonna guarantee a blue tier ether tool. Wait to do that Easter egg until you are on round 11, and if you shoot the head that brings down all the bodies, it will be a guaranteed blue ether tool spawning in. Goes back to assemble the LTG device.
I'd like to understand how the LTG
gonna make these speedruns so fast. Shoots the head right on the round 11 switch, which means this is gonna guarantee a blue tier ether tool. Wait to do that Easter egg until you are on round 11, and if you shoot the head that brings down all the bodies, it will be a guaranteed blue ether tool spawning in. Goes back to assemble the LTG device.
I'd like to understand how the LTG
grabs the LTG. God, this run is unbelievably clean.
It makes ether stores go poof, and then you win a prize.
Unbelievably clean. All right, so he does that.
Wipes
Wipes all the zombies out for a second. Just completely runs away from it. Decides he has time to get this Etherella statue right now. Remember when everyone thought Liberty Falls was going to be a trash map and Terminus was going to be the only good one? Gets the fire mod, runs over here for all the salvage and the points, buys some ammo, blue ether tool. The LTG is taking hella damage here, but he gets there, and now he has a way overpowered gun to just live through this. Still has Rampage Inducer on, by the way.
The canister before they ran out of luck. You'll need to fill 2 more.
18 seconds. There's plenty of time here. Plenty of time here. And decides he has enough time, even if 1 or 2 zombies sacrifice themselves to the portal. Grabs the canister. Woo! The portal integrity has enough for 2 zombies left. Portal stabilizes. And then this is probably the biggest RNG thing, aside from like drops and stuff, is what kind of what kind of specialty zombie you get here. He obviously gets the Mangler, which is way better than the Abomination. The Abomination is such a time waste. Okay, drops the canister. Turns on the trap, Mangler runs over, soul in the canister. The Mangler did not stop running, I swear to God.
Ray said that thinning a herd is good for the planet. Can't argue with
One
science.
car exploding, anything could have screwed him over. He does the Etherella statue as he's 1 HP, walking into the room. He's getting it inside of the Dusty, the dark ether, you know. He's glitch done. So he duplicated the canister. All he needs to do is pick up the LTG device and place it at the next location and let it break. That's so the game doesn't soft lock. The game makes you place it at 2 locations before you can put the second canister in, even if you duplicate it.
Them after the undisputed authority on Dark Ether energy.
Go. Next Aetherella statue. God, this route is so clean already. I can't believe how clean this route is. So he's gonna put this canister down. Gonna go into this room, get the 3 remaining Aetherellas he hasn't got before. Dude, Panos is like, bro, calm down. I can't get through my quotes fast enough. There we go. Canister. Melee's the quick revive machine to skip the drinking animation. It's another thing you can do rather than like dolphin diving in. Gets another Aetherella. Another huge skip. Oh my god. Saves so much time there. Another Aetherella done, so Aetherella is ready to go. He's on boss fight. He is on boss fight right now.
See that? The face only a bullet could
My man is zooming. Boss fight is... It's already activated. Always takes a second to actually start though. There we go.
Activate the simultaneous dimensional gateway.
Melee's this for any sort of drops that he can possibly get. No jug in the boss fight, by the way. Only quick revive.
And then
if he has Dying Wish, this is probably a better call. Dying Wish and still no jug in the boss fight is criminal behavior. That is insane. Okay, kills the first Mangler in. The question is, will he get enough to double pack punch at any point during this? Probably not, because he's gonna need to buy ammo. These zombies are pretty tanky here. So fun fact here. These zombies are like this boss fight seems like it's like a set piece boss fight in that it doesn't matter what round you're on. The zombies are still the same like strength and everything like that. And in the Terminus Easter egg, it's the opposite. In the Terminus Easter egg, the zombies scale to whatever round you're on. And in this boss fight, the zombies scale to like a set piece boss fight. That's very, very interesting. They have these boss fights functioning in different ways. Because the same blue Pack-a-Punch tier 1 pistols in the Terminus boss fight are like 2-shotting zombies or like 1-shotting zombies. Here, they're like 4 to 6-shotting zombies. So these zombies are really like round 30 zombies or something. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah, it's taking like 4 bullets per. This is crazy. Yeah, so he's buying ammo at this point. I don't think he's ever gonna be able to afford.
Dimensional gateway's taking shape.
I don't think he's ever gonna be able to afford the next thing up. Dude, the way the little like vermin roll up like a little like bowling ball. They look like what are the droids from Star Wars?
No contest.
You guys know what I'm talking about? And they have like the protective shield that they like roll in and then they like stop and then they start machine gunning and they have the protector shield. The R2-D2s. Just kidding, by the way. Grabs the Aetherella statue. And here we go. Aetherella statue absolutely melting the mini bosses. So now that mini boss is dead, he's on a small timer before the next boss comes in. Which Aetherella will not actually target the mini boss, but Aetherella will still hit the mini boss if you like barrel stuff it. God, I can't wait to do. I literally am on a run right now. We're on round 170. I'll be streaming more of it later today. We're on round 170. I think I want to use Aetherella in a round 300 boss fight. That's my plan. That's my master plan for today. Okay. God, this is so huge. Regular Mangler dead. Aetherella should be coming up on its in here soon. But there's the Abomination. So he's just barrel stuffing it, and the I-beams, even though they're not locking on to the Abomination, the I-beams have nowhere else to shoot but the ground in front of it, so it starts still doing damage. Go, Aetherella. Okay. Uses Ether Shroud. Gets the Pack Punch tier 2 right at the very end, which helps a lot because look at that damage. And there it is. Boss fight completed. Boss fight complete. What a run, bro. 14:04 this early is absolute craziness. And then he just ends out of nowhere. Brother, that was insane. That was insane. I need every single person watching right now to go down and subscribe to Flindex. Like, I seriously, I need every single person to go down, subscribe to this man, and follow him on Twitch. I'm gonna have both things linked down below in the description. What an absolute goat. That was a goated run. I truly cannot believe what I just saw. That was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Congratulations, everybody. This game is good. This game is insane. I love Black Ops 6.
To understand me. South Park does an excellent job explaining why it felt like that. The show explores what makes puberty so frustrating for everyone within a radius of 100 miles in Season 17's Taming Strange. In Season 25's Help, My Teenager Hates Me. These episodes don't just explore what makes puberty so frustrating, they also give any of you unlucky parents in the audience pointers on what you can do about it. And so for you misunderstood current and former teenagers, there is still a long road ahead. But if you get to the end, you'll discover that the journey is totally worth it. So, why don't we get started? Angst is a massive part of the teenage experience. The world just doesn't make sense. Everything is frustrating and stupid and way more complicated than it needs to be. The things that cause this feeling are the focus of Taming Strange. Kyle's younger brother Ike is going through early onset puberty. Ike needed laxative, but because of the mix-up in the Canadian healthcare system, he ended up swapping prescriptions with Tom Brady. Ike receives Brady's hormones and Brady receives Ike's laxatives. The outcome is not surprising. Brady craps his pants on the pitch, and Ike ends up cycling the entire hormone load on a 6'4" football player through his tiny 5-year-old body. South Park uses this as a joke, but it perfectly represents all the hormonal changes that happen during puberty. These hormonal changes influence a lot of other things, especially behavior. We tend to crave different things depending on our hormonal profile.
I don't know whether to watch Yo Gabba Gabba or go out and tame some strange.
When this hormonal shift is fairly new and sudden, it can be confusing and frustrating. The hormonal shift is further complicated by low self-esteem.
Look at the zits on my face.
And we've all been there. You suddenly start finding girls attractive, but you don't have the stones to do anything about it because you're so self-conscious. Your face is full of pimples, your body feels weird, you have hair growing in strange corners, and blood is flowing into all the wrong organs. Your clothes may also not fit you properly because you're either growing too fast or your mom bought you clothes that were 2 sizes too big because you'll grow into them. This combo of out-of-control hormones and a compromised self-esteem can be frustrating. You don't feel in control of your body anymore. Organs like your wiener seem to have a mind of their own. Now, teenagers, being who they are, take out their frustrations on everybody else. And when they're not taking their frustrations out on somebody, they're finding other ways to act out. Take this kid from Australia. He jumped into a river filled with crocodiles to impress a girl. Then he got attacked by a 10-foot crocodile because those mannerless reptiles have no respect for any sort of romantic gesture. But he survived. And the girl wasn't even impressed. So, keep trying, brothers. Nobody has cracked the code yet. The rejection didn't matter too much, though. Our boy got paid a bunch of money for interviews after this incident made international news. And he spent all that money on, you guessed it, women. Once the money was gone, Bro decided to become a GTA character. He beat up 2 police officers and tried to steal a car. I would call him crazy, but who knows? Those 18-year-old hormones are something else. I wasn't anywhere close to sane at that age either. But unlike our fearless croc magnet, Ike leaves the crocodiles alone and just picks on Kyle.
But he posted a message of me with a schlong on my head.
Kyle's mom tells him it's normal.
Part of getting older is finding ways to assert your independence, you know.
This need to assert their own independence is what causes the vast majority of problems between teenagers and everybody else. On one hand, you feel like a grown-up, but everyone else still treats you like a kid. This feeling is very stifling. Ike is changing. He has different needs and he wants to explore them. But Kyle wants him to stay the same adorable toddler he's always been. Ike finds it extremely frustrating.
Why can't you just let me grow up?
Kyle is doing what a lot of parents do. They want you to stay the good little boy that you've always been, but you're not a boy anymore. You're a man. And men don't let mommy pick up their clothes or ruffle their hair in front of anybody. But mommy doesn't care. She just finds new ways of embarrassing you in front of your friends, and you kinda have to suck up to take it. Now, parents are not malicious. They're not trying to baby you or anything. They're actually just trying to help because they know better. But if you've been through it, you really don't care if mommy and daddy know better. You usually just want to figure it all out by yourself. This makes conflict inevitable. This conflict is what leads to teenage rebellion, and teenage rebellion can in turn lead to a very dark and dangerous place.
Is that chewing tobacco?
Ike is testing boundaries and breaking rules. These are always step number 1 and 2 of teenage rebellion. This is the time where we experiment with all the things we're not supposed to do. But this boundary pushing isn't always a good idea. Experiment with the wrong thing and boom, you just gifted yourself a lifelong addiction. Even if you don't get addicted, you can hurt yourself if you're not smart in the way you go about testing boundaries and breaking rules. In Help, My Teenager Hates Me, we see a teen play with fire just because it's something to do.
I'm holding my hand over a lighter. It's burning the shit out of my hand.
Ike plays with fire too, but in a way more questionable manner, both ethically and legally.
Yeah, for my
Try and undead yourself from that shit fucker.
Ike gets naked and grinds on Fufa.
Wait, oh my god, what are you doing? No, what are you doing to Fufa? No!
It's insane, but it's one of those problems that comes with early puberty. Ike feels very grown up, but he still doesn't have a very good grasp of consequences. He is still operating under the childhood mentality of, I want this because I want.
It's like a
An adult
symphony of
might think
bodily
about
harm.
what happens after he gets naked and grinds on somebody on stage, and then what happens after that, and after that, and after that. Stuff like being beaten by bouncers, spending all his money on medical bills, and going to jail, where you have to worry about situations like this. An adult would freak out just thinking about all the terrible consequences, but Ike is still a child. He has no grasp of second-hand order or third-order consequences. He isn't mature enough to understand that every action causes a cascade of consequences, which cause their own cascade of consequences, on and on until you're beating yourself up and wondering why you were so stupid in the first place.
Listen here, little boy. It is never okay to take off your clothes and grind on another person.
But Ike is the luckiest kid in the world. Fufa
Extractions
isn't even
available in
mad at
your
him.
ale.
She has her own set of hormones messing up her capacity for rational thought.
I don't want to do the little kid thing the rest of my life.
Fufa feels grown up. She wants to rebel as well. I don't need to tell you how. Teenage rebellion tends to follow stereotypical gendered patterns. Boys try to look badass and girls try to look sexy. Matt and Trey use Fufa to parody Miley Cyrus's turn from child star to Spank Bank member #1 for Creeps. Her story follows the Miley Cyrus script.
She's been seen out partying, photographed smoking pot.
Ike becomes Fufa's manager and guides her through the whole rebellion arc.
Fufa's got that nice shaved strands that you just want to get in and tan the second you see it.
This is a commentary on how a lot of Hollywood transformations from child star to sex doll tend to be stage managed by some creep in the background. But that is not the focus of this video. The focus is teenage rebellion, all its problems, and the solutions. So how do you deal with teenage rebellion? In Taming Strange, Fufa's friends tried the old routine of trying to talk her out of it.
You don't have to show you're strange to get attention.
This, unsurprisingly, doesn't work. It's a problem as old as time. Teenagers simply don't listen. If I had to listen to all the lectures by my parents dished out to me as a teen, I probably would be president by now. But I don't even remember what they said because I always spaced out and let them talk until they got too tired and left me alone. Don't look at the screen like you're innocent. You spaced out too. Didn't listen to a single word, did ya? This is what Fufa does. She ignores everybody's advice, goes on stage and sings "Pound My Sweet Strange." By some miracle, Ike turns out to be less stubborn. After Kyle talks to him and tells him that he just wants to be by his side and let him grow, Ike figures out the lesson most of us never learned as teens.
Part of growing up is rebelling, but I'm gonna get older whether I like it or not.
I got plenty
So
of
what?
courses.
It's a great message, and I think it's pretty on point. When I was a kid, all I wanted to do was grow up and become an adult. Once I became an adult, I realized that adulting is a scam. The freedom was fun for a while, but then the trade-off is grossly long workdays, taxes, and bills. It's not so fun anymore. All I do is worry about the future,
Sorry,
and all the
Alpha.
10,000
Exfil Helos
different
need
ways
elsewhere.
everything could go wrong. When I was 5 years old, the only thing I worried about was which flavor of ice cream to get. I miss that simplicity sometimes. But teenagers aren't going to listen to that. Patience isn't their strong suit, so South Park tried a different approach. The boys discover airsoft, but they can't play alone. To stop them from being overpowered and easily defeated by the older kids, they get paired with teenagers, and it's a lot of fun for them.
Oh my god, this is the greatest day of my life.
The boys gush about it on the way home.
I'm just really happy, you guys. Airsoft is seriously like the greatest thing in the whole world.
I know what you're thinking. What's the catch?
We just gotta keep our teenagers happy and we can play airsoft all the time.
Sounds easy enough, but how do you keep a teenager happy? The boys painfully discover what any parent could have told them for free.
Bruh.
You can't. The teenagers are moody, insufferable, and foul-mouthed. Kyle's teenager is hungry and tired all the time. Cartman's teenager spends all his time in the bathroom.
All this guy does is hang out in the bathroom and go through like 2 bottles of lotion a day.
Cartman thinks he's obsessed with soft cans, but you know better, don't you? Stan's teenager, on the other hand, can't even make ramen.
Well, you have to put the noodles in boiling water.
I'm sorry, I'm not a 5-star chef!
As for Kenny's teenager, the less said the better.
You don't even care! You don't care because you don't even know
Fuck
me!
you!
That rant was obviously meant for somebody else, but Kenny just happens to be the nearest and most convenient outlet. The teenagers get triggered by everything. Minor suggestions from the boys are blown way out of proportion.
Dude, that's my friend Kenny. We gotta kill him.
I don't take orders from you!
The boys are miserable. The teenagers are ruining their enjoyment of airsoft and pretty much the rest of their lives.
I seriously don't know what to do.
This is what a lot of parents feel with their teenage children, stuck. This reflects how parents feel about their kids. They can't just give up on them. And no matter how
Carver owes me
insufferable
a
those
beer
rascals
when this
get,
is over.
parents still love them even more than the boys love airsoft. Determined to get their fun game, the boys brainstorm ways of dealing with teenagers. Like many frustrated parents, they turn to a book.
I've been reading this book. Help, My Teenager Hates Me. It has some interesting ideas.
One of those ideas is to take the teenagers camping so you can connect with them. And the boys do exactly that.
Bruh. Bruh.
A defeated Kyle goes crying to his dad.
You wouldn't understand, Dad. I just can't deal with teenagers.
But Kyle's dad does understand. Together, they stumble into the solution to Kyle's teenager problem. It's the same thing other dads have stumbled into as well. No, it's not that. That's just their dads shopping at the airsoft store.
Give me one of everything you have.
The boys partner with their dads, and Jimbo. It's the boys and dads versus teenagers. The boys have a lot of frustration to let out, and the stakes couldn't be higher.
And if we win, you stay out of our lives forever.
It's a hard fight. Cartman corners his lotion-loving teenager in the bathroom and helps him beat that meat with a hail of airsoft pellets.
A behavioral science student scored higher on this assessment.
Randy lures the rest of the teens out of hiding with a lit jar of devil's grass.
Dope, that is so dope, bruh.
Then he takes them all out with a grenade. It's a decisive victory. The teens are so thoroughly beaten they rage quit. Shooting your teenager is obviously not the lesson of this episode. It's an analogy for asserting dominance. A lot of teenage angst just comes from teens thinking that everyone is too stupid to understand them. So show them. Beat them at their own game and show them you're better than them. It's the only way to humble them. That's what South Park is doing here. The teenagers were very proud of their airsoft skills, until they got their butts handed to them by a bunch of dads. Other dads have tried similar tactics. This dad wore short shorts to troll his daughter's fashion choices. This one
You
copied
lost your
his
head a
daughter's
long time
sexy
ago.
selfies to
I just made
emphasize
it
just how
official.
cringe they were. And then there's my dad. Imagine your dad using words like yacht and riz. Would you ever use them again if you heard them coming out of his mouth? That's what my old man did to me. He just had the superpower of making any cool slang word sound cringe by simply saying it. At the time, I was embarrassed because my simplistic teenage brain thought he was trying too hard to be cool. But I now realize what he was doing all along. Ruining slang for me so I would speak proper English. Sneaky old man. Now, this is a very parent-centric message. What about the poor teenagers? A lot of you are watching this.
All
How do you
aboard
deal with all the
Weaver's Death
frustration of
Press.
living in a world where nobody understands you? Well, the cure is the same lesson from Taming Strange. Time. Time heals all wounds may be a cliche, but it's true. Live long enough and you'll discover that instead of people not understanding you, it's actually the other way around. Maybe it's you who doesn't understand other people. I went through this transformation myself a while ago. When I was a kid, I worshipped my dad. I thought he was the coolest man in the world. When some kid bothered me at school, I always had the perfect comeback. My dad can beat your dad. I believed in that with all my heart, and you couldn't convince me otherwise. When I grew up and became a teenager, I was disappointed to find out that my dad wasn't Superman. He was just a guy. He didn't understand me, he had no swag, he never let me do anything I wanted. The allowance he gave me was way too small. And he was always whining about the thermostat. I hated him back then. Then I grew up some more, got a job, and got my own apartment. I ran the AC around the clock just because I could. When I wanted to be really naughty, I would open a window, pop my head out, and enjoy the freedom of not having anybody yell at me for letting out the cold air. So nice. It was all fun and games until I got my electricity bill for that month. I think I had a heart attack. One moment I was standing, and when I regained consciousness, I was half sitting, half lying down on the couch. My heart was beating like it was about to explode, my mouth was dry, and my eyes were seeing double. I still had the bill in my hand, and I still couldn't believe what I was seeing. I called the electric company, and they were like, "No, sir, there's no mistake. You owe us $1,200. And that was the day I understood my dad. I didn't know how he did it for all those years, because I can assure you, if you touch my thermostat, you're dead.
Every time you block us, we get smarter.
That's nice. Every time I get blocked, I cry in the shower. But this video is not about me, or my appalling lack of masculinity. It's about ads. These are very annoying, but that's not even close to being the biggest problem with those things. They screw us over in 1,000 different ways. South Park takes 3 whole episodes to go over the many ways ads ruin our society, the methods they use to trick us into thinking they're not ruining society, and finally, the things we can do to create an ad-free world. The first of these 3 episodes is sponsored content. The episode opens with what appears to be a side quest, but it's all a part of an invasion of the ads. It's just one of the many angles South Park uses to expose the dirty tricks of the advertising industry. Students at South Park Elementary are running scared through the hallways.
PC Principal is on the warpath! Run for your lives!
Well, why? Somebody called the school lunch policy retarded in the school paper. But PC Principal is not angry because someone criticized his lunch policy. He's angry because the R word got used.
The word retarded does not belong in our school!
PC Principal wants to know the students in charge of the school newspaper.
Because I'm about to break their legs!
The guy in charge of the school newspaper turns out to be, Jimmy Valmer.
You gonna break his legs, PC Principal?
We get a little more awkwardness as PC Principal gets Jimmy's name wrong, and then fails to convince him that the R word is bad. Once reason fails, PC Principal goes full authoritarian.
So I let some
From
into
now
your
on,
skull.
I'm gonna need to approve the school paper before you hand it out, okay?
This is Jimmy's first test. Everything depends on him. He doesn't disappoint. We finally learn why Jimmy's legs don't work. They got broken by the sheer weight of his massive titanium balls swinging around 24/7. Jimmy tells PC Principal to suck it. Very politely, of course.
I don't want people to be afraid of words if it stops them from having a dialogue.
Jimmy here is that rare breed of journalist. He doesn't allow ads, and he doesn't allow censorship. He knows that if he caves to either of those forces, the actual product, the truth, would be compromised. PC Principal reacts by banning the school newspaper.
Unless I can approve your paper, it is not being distributed on campus. Got that?
Now this segment is mostly South Park criticizing the authoritarian impulses of political correctness, but what the hell does that have to do with ads? Well, we're about to find out. After getting banned from distributing the school newspaper on campus, Jimmy responds with a simple,
"Yep, got it."
Faced with the choices between caving to censorship or losing the ability to distribute the paper in school, Jimmy finds himself a third option that PC Principal never saw coming.
Now delivered directly to your door.
Ray said that thinning a herd is good for the planet. Can't argue with science.
While Jimmy is just taking a stand against censorship, he ends up the unwitting hero in a war against something just as dangerous. ads. The adults of South Park can't believe what they're seeing.
Wow, this is so great. There's no ads, no sponsored content, no links to click on. Just news.
South Park uses Steven Stotch to show how all the problems that come with reading news or anything else online. Every time he tries to read the news online, he is bombarded by ads. And even when he uses an ad blocker, there is sponsored content and links to other pages that are just ads in disguise.
I wanted to get a news story, but I'm reading about face cream.
And then there are the slideshows and the clickbait. You won't believe what happened next.
This is just news.
Sponsored content is a huge problem online, offline, and even on TV. I personally didn't notice just how big the problem was until I started shopping for a new laptop. I was considering several models, but I noticed that pretty much every review had an affiliate link. This immediately made everything super sus. I couldn't trust those reviews anymore. Sponsored content is in every industry. I understand why sponsors are necessary. Creators have to be compensated somehow. The problem comes with those sponsorships are not disclosed. You can get fooled very easily, especially if it's something you don't understand. When I started working out, I consumed a lot of fitness content, and it took me a while to really separate the real information from the garbage. I once listened to a podcast that interviewed a fitness expert, which turned out to just be a 2-hour ad for a useless supplement. I didn't figure it out until I checked the comments. Turns out there's a bit of a scandal. Guests often get paid to get interviewed on this podcast, and the host never discloses that fact. I was this close to wasting my hard-earned money on turkesterone. Thankfully, I saved it all and wasted it on YouTube Premium instead. If you're laughing at me, please do it quietly. They offered me a free trial and I just forgot to cancel, and now I'm stuck with an annual plan. Even traditional media isn't safe. They're actually the guys who pioneered this stuff. The reason daytime dramas are called soap operas is because the very first dramas were sponsored by soap companies trying to sell their soap to housewives in the 1930s. And then there's the very insidious product placement. It's as old as the movie industry itself. Apparently, James Bond doesn't drive an Aston Martin because it's the coolest possible car a spy can have. James Bond only drives an Aston Martin because Aston Martin pays for its cars to be featured in Bond movies. I was clueless about this fact until my late teens. I just thought of the Aston as one of Bond's toys and dreamed of owning one myself someday. Now that I know it was just an ad, I will not be buying an Aston Martin. No, it's not because I'm angry. I did the math and realized that even if somebody gave me an Aston Martin for free, I still couldn't afford it. Gas,
Now there's
insurance,
literally
and
nothing
repairs would
happening
swallow up
between
just
your
about
ears.
every penny I earn. And that's the problem with sneaky ads. They violate our right to make an informed decision by failing to disclose that what we're looking at is an ad. Products can be interwoven so seamlessly into regular content that you would have absolutely no idea you're watching an ad. And this is unequivocal.
Everything in life is a
Traditional media
marathon.
pioneered sponsored
Even the
content, but
fucking
the internet has
apocalypse.
taken it and put it on steroids. Everything is suspect. Every news story you read, every product review, every social media post, every movie, every video, everything is potentially an ad. In some cases, distinguishing an ad from organic content is impossible. This problem is what South Park exposes in sponsored content. Nothing can be trusted except Jimmy's newspaper, the Super School News.
I read Super School News because it don't try and fool me and its news reports aren't paid for by ad companies.
Even PC Principal starts pandering to Jimmy by inviting him and the other disabled kids to an event at his PC frat house.
We're honored to be throwing this event for people with disabilities.
But the event takes a turn for the worst almost immediately.
Hey guys, I'm Brad. I'm PC Arizona State.
Nice to meet you, Brad. Where do you
Excuse me a second. Hello, ladies.
Yep, Jimmy and his buddies get ditched for the ladies. The PC bros just use the disabled kids
Calling
as
is why I
props to
wake
get
up
laid.
in the
You know, it just bugs me when people refer to persons with disabilities as handicapped.
The following morning, Jimmy has his revenge. He publishes the truth. The PC bros get really mad, but they don't matter. Jimmy's dedication to the truth gets him a fan base. And whenever somebody has a fan base, there's always someone else who is dying to advertise to that fan base.
We would like to give you $26 million.
That's a guy from Geico. Jimmy turns him down. He doesn't do ads, but the Geico guy has a suggestion.
We thought you could just do some news stories about car insurance.
This type of thing is very sneaky, but even allegedly respectable publications like the New York Times do it all the time. Thankfully, Jimmy has more integrity.
That's called sponsored content. I know the difference between the news and ads.
The Geico guy tries to explain that everybody is doing it. Then he dangles the $26 million. Again, Jimmy thinks long and hard about it and gives him his final answer.
Stick it up your ass.
The Geico guy takes the diplomatic route and pulls out a gun.
Do you really
Headshots come real easy when I pretend the target's
He tells
ripped
Jimmy
off.
that ads are unbeatable, and mostly they are. Ads are how publications make money. If you don't do ads, somebody who does can outcompete you by using his ad revenue to hire a team and produce higher quality content at a faster rate. If you don't keep up, you could easily go out of business. The gun pointed at Jimmy represents that pressure. The money is on the carrot and the gun is the stick. The choice is seemingly simple one. Cash in and get rich, or resist and die. Luckily, before the Geico guy can pull the trigger on Jimmy, Officer Barbrady puts a hole in his skull.
Come with me if you want to live!
Now, shooting the Geico guy doesn't mean South Park thinks ads are always bad. The show itself relies on advertisers to make money. The problem Matt and Trey have, and the one I think we all have, is with sneaky ads. These are the ads that pretend they're not ads. The Geico guy wanted Jimmy to just write a couple of news stories about car insurance to manipulate people into using Geico. That is what Jimmy found unacceptable and, frankly, unethical. We need to know the difference between what is an ad and what is not, so we can make an informed decision. But ads don't want us making informed decisions. A thinking man is an advertiser's worst nightmare.
The average human can no longer tell the difference between the news and an ad.
That's Tom, the leader of a group of newsmen fighting against a sneaky invasion of the ad. Jimmy is a hot new prospect. He's a rare breed of human, the kind that can differentiate between news and ads.
Ads have become smarter than us, and now they're manipulating everything we do.
Hill is ready to go.
As we find new ways of blocking ads, they in turn find new ways of disguising themselves to get past our blockers. It's an arms race, and in the South Park universe, the ads are winning.
They had to disguise themselves as news in order to survive.
Jimmy wonders if PC people have anything to do with it.
The PC people are simply being manipulated, unwittingly setting the table for the new enemy of humanity.
I don't need to spell this out. Political correctness may have started with good intentions, but it provides the perfect cover for authoritarians who want to use language to control everybody. Sharon Marsh puts it best.
You just bully people and wait for people to say anything improper so that you can jump down their throats.
While political correctness started as a way to make us nicer to each other, the UK is now jailing people for Facebook posts. They just need some good old-fashioned American freedom of speech over there. But we can't spread freedom across the pond because the UK only has 3 drops of oil in the entire country. It's not worth the effort. Invading Diddy's house is infinitely more profitable. This is the problem with political correctness. It creates a need for censorship. Once the censors are compromised, they can be used to spread any message they want. Authoritarian countries have censorship departments to spread government propaganda, but liberal Western democracies are too good for that. Instead of spreading government propaganda, our media spreads corporate propaganda. The result? A world where ads are indistinguishable from real information. This is the test Jimmy has to take.
That's the news. That's an ad.
He passes with flying colors. Because of this perfect score, the newsman tells him that he's special, and they introduce him to another special kid.
They told me I was special. Are you special too?
Leslie. Jimmy and Leslie have a standard back and forth. Do you like school? Do you like the kids who go there? Then Leslie asks the big question.
Don't you feel like you could be happier?
It's the wrong thing to ask. Jimmy excuses himself and goes back to the newsman.
Does she know she's an ad?
This is an obvious allusion to AI. Ads are so advanced they trick us into thinking they're human, which is really insightful because this episode came out in 2015, long before AI influencers were a thing. Meanwhile, PC Principal fires Jimmy.
Jimmy Vollmer is off the school newspaper. I want you to take over.
But almost immediately, things start taking a strange turn. PC Principal sees himself in a State Farm ad, pushing Leslie on a swing.
Bro, what the hell's going on, bro?
Yeah, what the hell is going on? The ads can disguise themselves as human, but what do they want? The question is explored in the second installment of the trilogy, Truth and Advertising.
Ads are among us. They could be your friend, your gardener. The ads are trying to wipe us out.
But how do they plan to achieve that? We just have to follow Randy. While having dinner with his family, Randy suggests leaving South Park.
It's just, you know, used to be nice and laid back here, but now it's all, you know?
His family looks at him like he's crazy. Later, alone in the bedroom with his wife, Sharon presses Randy on why he wants to leave South Park when he seemed to love the town so much before. He says he can't afford it anymore because everything has just become too expensive. He even had to take out a second mortgage on the house just to survive.
It isn't my fault! It's the man! The man.
pricing us out of our own town.
Randy's predicament in South Park is pointing out the obvious. Advertising fuels consumerism, and consumerism keeps us poor. We waste all our money buying stuff we don't need at prices that don't make sense because an ad told us to. We even go into debt like Randy to finance our consumerism. This raises another question. How do the ads manage to manipulate us so effectively? Jimmy's interaction with Leslie show us exactly how. Jimmy is disappointed with Leslie.
It's just my luck. I talked to a nice girl, seemed to hit it off, and she turns out to just be an ad.
The newsman tells him that that's just what ads do. They entice and manipulate. But how? As Jimmy questions Leslie about her plans for the future, we begin to see how. He has a back and forth with Leslie. She doesn't really tell him anything. She just tells him what he wants to hear and reflects his own questions back at him. So Jimmy mostly ends up talking about himself.
Leslie, what kind of plans do you have?
I don't know. What are your plans?
It's a classic manipulation tactic. Make the other person talk about himself, and he will think that you are an excellent conversationalist. Jimmy falls for it hard.
I'm starting to think that maybe all ads aren't so bad.
The newsman tells him that he's thinking with his pee-pee.
Emotional,
Jim.
interesting, caring girl.
Jimmy, that's your dick talking.
The newsmen aren't as easily fooled. They tell him to put his pee-pee away.
Make no mistake. All ads lie. And all ads deceive.
Jimmy's pee-pee is an analogy for how ads always appeal to our emotions. They never appeal to our logic. They always appeal to our emotions with bright colors, catchy music, and an attractive woman. The entire profession of modeling only exists for advertising purposes. Ads selling us products use beautiful women. The subtext is always, you can have her. Ads to sell us dreams use attractive men, with the subtext being, you can be like him. Leslie unleashes all her manipulation powers on Jimmy.
But now I'm going to tell you something very important, Jimmy.
The newsmen lead expectantly only for a Chevy ad to pop up on their screen. While the newsmen are blind, Leslie tells Jimmy that the newsmen would burn her once they realize that she has no information to offer.
I feel something for you I have never felt before. I think it's trust.
Jimmy had put his pee-pee away, but it immediately returns to the picture. Like a hero from a fairy tale, he breaks his damsel in distress out of her cell. He insists to the newsman that the PC principal is the real enemy, but the newsmen know better.
His dick is compromised. Stay back!
Naturally, Jimmy denies that he is thinking with his pee-pee.
I am thinking rationally and with logic.
But is he really? Can you make logical decisions when you're thinking with your pee-pee? Jimmy thinks that he can. He leaves with Leslie to go hunt down PC Principal, the man responsible for all the problems in South Park, allegedly. Jimmy and Leslie are not the only ones. It seems that everyone has beef with PC Principal.
I'd pass on the open casket if I were you.
The first group is the boys. Their suspicions are triggered by a headline in the school newspaper.
Principal sends 2 favorite students on a Disney cruise.
The boys don't buy that load of bull, so they investigate.
Something is very wrong here.
First, they question Nathan about the source of the Disney cruise information.
I don't remember.
After being stonewalled by Nathan, the boys try their luck on the internet, but they get distracted by ad after ad after ad until one gets them.
Sorry, wrong arrow button. Wow, what kind of ice cream is that?
While enjoying ice cream and telling stories, they realize what happened.
We got distracted. We gotta get back to that computer.
So they go back to their computer to keep looking up information on PC Principal, but they get distracted again by ads. We see them trying on shoes in a bootleg Foot Locker and eating chicken nuggets. Naturally, they start looking for someone to blame. It can't be the ads, can it? No, it has to be somebody else. Stan blames Kyle and Kyle blames Stan. It all comes to a head when the boys fight in the cafeteria. But who is the real traitor? Who is trying to hide the truth for everybody? The one group that gets the closest to figuring it out is Mr. Garrison and his gang. Principal Victoria is also investigating all the problems in South Park. They all started when she lost her job to PC Principal, so she has a personal grudge. And she enlists Mr. Garrison and Caitlyn Jenner. They come to South Park in very bad disguises.
What the hell is this? What have they done to my town?
Keep your voice down.
Since when do we have a flippin' Whole Foods?
Caitlyn Jenner jumps Randy as he walks out of a wine bar.
You like apples? Oh, how you like them apples?
She drags him into an alley and checks his butt. He has the PC mark. So Caitlyn knocks him out. They tie him up, take him to a motel, and start interrogating him about the gentrification. It was Randy's idea to gentrify part of South Park, and now even he himself can't afford to live there.
I thought we could keep it contained!
It doesn't contain.
The gentrification here is a stand-in for runaway consumerism, which is in turn fueled by advertising. Like all things that matter, it was invented in America. Then it went global. Now every city has a gentrified district, and Principal Victoria lists them all for Randy. No do faux pas. Sokachewo.
Sorry to interrupt your miserable
3 miles north of Auschwitz is no more ouchie.
Mr. Garrison and the gang accuse Randy of being PC Principal's lackey, but he denies it.
If PC Principal's been using us, I'll take the bastard down myself.
So the gang goes to the PC frat house, but it's all covered in safe space tape.
When you breach a college safe space, you're crossing the most sacred human boundary there is.
Mr. Garrison, Caitlyn Jenner, and Principal Victoria cross the boundary anyway.
Wow, how did you... Whoa.
When the gang gets in, they find the PC frat house empty, but PC Principal's computer is open. He seems to have been researching something. We don't know because the gang gets distracted and ends up at Bootleg Foot Locker. That leaves Jimmy as the only guy who can solve the mystery. How is the hunt for PC Principal going? Not well. As soon as they get back to the safety of the offices of the school newspaper, Leslie turns heel and beats the living crap out of Jimmy. Never think with your peepees, gentlemen. There are no brains inside that thing. And of course, never trust an ad. But there is always that one guy. His name is Kyle. Leslie promises that she can show him what's going on, if he can trust her.
What's the last 4 digits of your SOCH? 2692?
So just how cooked is Kyle? And what are the ads planning? What is their endgame? What in the hell was PC Principal researching? Where the hell is he? All these questions are answered in the 3rd and final episode of the trilogy, PC Principal Final Justice. Leslie has fed Kyle a story. Jimmy is dead and PC Principal did it. Kyle doesn't stand a chance. Leslie is a consumer at ad. She uses a deadly combination of flattery and flirting to manipulate Kyle.
I came to you because I had heard how good you were at getting messages across. That and because I thought you were cute.
But what about PC Principal? Where is he? He's posing riddles in a place so miserable that Satan created hell to avoid it. Russia.
An African American flips a turtle over on its back. A transgender Filipino comes and sees the helpless turtle baking in the sun. What color is the Filipino's father?
If you can't answer the question, PC Principal will introduce you to a little thing called death. This is what happens to a whole bunch of people. Well, they're not people. Not technically. These guys are just ads in human form. AI ad bots, just like Leslie.
I didn't think you were human.
By the way, the correct answer is colorless. The Filipino's father is colorless. If you see color, you are racist. But why is PC Principal murdering people in gentrified neighborhoods all over the world? It's the same question the US government is asking. PC Principal gets arrested and brought to an aircraft carrier.
You mind telling me why you're going around the world shooting up revitalized arts and foods districts?
PC Principal doesn't think the soldier will understand.
One ugly bug,
You would believe me if I told you.
He says he doesn't know what they are, but they're using him and others like him to try and change the planet. PC Principal doesn't know, but we know. It's ads. They hijack social movement to sell us crap. Corporate America has turned PC people into useful idiots. On a completely unrelated note, please buy my BLM shirts. Link in the description. Unlike us, the soldiers never get the full story.
Sir, the president is on the phone.
The president orders the soldiers to release PC Principal, but they're not supposed to believe anything he tells them. But why?
It's a matter of national security.
As you can hear, that is Obama's voice. And that face is, well, interesting.
God bless you.
God bless you too, sir.
And may God bless the United States of America.
That brings us to the all-important question. What is Leslie's endgame? What is she planning? What are the ads planning? She is very skilled at manipulation. She is blaming the PC people for problems going on. She has also turned Stan and Kyle against each other.
Stan, your dad is one of them. He had to be the one that let them in.
This has the effect of turning Stan against his dad.
What?
What?
Stan is getting very suspicious about his old man.
You weren't
Dad,
using
where
your
were you
brain
last
anyway.
night?
Randy doesn't help his case. He just acts more suspiciously.
What when? Where was I what? Out with friends doing things?
Randy excuses himself to go to the garage where Mr. Garrison and the gang are waiting. They have everything from PC Principal's hard drive, and it seems he was on to gentrification around the world. Stan confronts them. Guns get pulled and things get very tense.
Kyle said I couldn't trust you.
What are you planning, Dad?
This is all a commentary on how ads ruin our lives.
Thanks for
They
coming
sell
to
us
buy
delusions,
my
and
wheels.
as we pursue those delusions, they alienate us from our family and friends. Ads show you that shopping is fun. They don't show you the crushing credit card debt that comes from too much shopping. They show you that drinking is fun. But they never show us the hangover or the dark side of alcoholism. Ads are constantly manipulating us into buying crap, which makes us miserable in the long run. But to what end? What is the purpose of all this? South Park gives us a hint by leading further into the gentrification analogy.
They're trying to price our species out of existence.
But wait a minute. If they price everybody out of existence, how do they benefit? Well, South Park's ads are sentient, but ours aren't. Not yet, at least. They are controlled by people, and these people aren't thinking that far. Their objectives are far more earthbound. So why do they do what they do? You won't believe the reason when you hear it.
I've got expensive taste, Jimmy. I like good food, organic pressed juices, and I've got a thing for high-class prostitutes.
That's right. Our corporate overlords are driving us into consumerism so they can fund their own consumerism. It's just one big cycle of consumerism. It's mostly how our economy works. Without consumer spending, the economy crashes. That's why ads are all over the place, encouraging you to spend. You just buy a bunch of crap on Amazon, the guy who owns Amazon buys a bunch of yachts, the yacht seller buys a plane, and the government taxes everybody and then uses that money to buy a bunch of votes. And around the wheel goes. It's just consumerism on every level.
All I had to do was work for the ads, and I got everything I wanted.
While the runaway consumerism is scary just by itself, the way it distorts our world can be just as scary. Ways like political correctness.
What is PC but a verbal form of gentrification?
As Nathan explains, once you have completely sanitized language, you spruce everything up and create a false paradise. The only thing that can survive in that fake artificial environment is ads. This is South Park commenting on all the profound ways advertising shapes the world around us. Everything you see has to be advertiser friendly. I am very aware of the irony of me saying this, by the way. I go out of my way to sanitize my language, and I can't just curse to stick it to the man because YouTube wouldn't recommend my video if I did that. So it would be all for nothing anyway. It's a hard choice. Stand for artistic freedom and be homeless, or censor myself and pay the rent. I think you guys know what I chose. It's a trade-off that has existed since the beginning of time. Ancient artists who had patrons who funded their work, usually a king, a lord, maybe the pope. Modern artists have patrons too, advertisers. These patrons may have changed, but there is still only one rule. The guy who writes the checks makes the rules. Kings and lords' only demand was that you make them look good. For advertisers, making them look good is just one of the 1,000 different requirements. Now this is all getting very dystopian. Is there a way out? South Park seems to think so, but it's a long and hard one. It all starts when Nathan slaps Classy. Censoring myself here again. Let's call her a professional girlfriend.
Oh, hell no! Oh, hell no, yo Down syndrome ass just slapped me!
She beats him up and breaks Jimmy out. They're gonna tell everybody in town the truth about the ads. Randy, Mr. Garrison, and the gang also figure out that Leslie has been manipulating Kyle all along, so they go looking for them. But Leslie also has her own plans. She lures PC Principal to South Park with a fake headline, so she can blame him for everything. In front of everybody, at a gun show.
Tragedy at gun show.
It's psychotically brilliant. Blame PC Principal for all of South Park's problems in front of an armed crowd at a gun show. How does that go? Well, not too well, obviously. Jimmy shows up and Kyle realizes he got played.
You told me Jimmy was dead.
But Leslie doesn't back down.
Every time you block us, we get smarter. You will never be rid of ads.
Maybe not, but PC Principal gets rid of Leslie.
You're expelled.
The town has one last thing to take care of.
Why did it have to be like this?
Randy, you're yelling at a Whole Foods.
The yelling works. The Whole Foods detaches itself from South Park and flies away. Banishing Whole Foods from a town is a fitting end to this story arc. Whole Foods is the final boss of gentrification, a mega corporation that encourages consumerism under the guise of health. Kicking it out of town is South Park saying no to consumerism. But the enemy is not completely destroyed. PC Principal says as much in a long speech about continuing war against ads. Stan sums it up in one line.
Extraction is ready when you are.
This is gonna be really hard.
And that is really the only way to combat ads. Eternal vigilance. They're not going anywhere, we just have to destroy them whenever we see them. Learn to manage our consumerist urges, and start thinking with our big head, not our small one. That's how the ads get us.
Pushing people's buttons to get a reaction can actually be very good for society.
But can it? Can trolling be good for society? The answer is not actually an automatic no, but it's not a yes either. The problem is a little more complicated than that. This is what South Park explores throughout Season 20. The season with a very tense situation.
Final result, 4 athletes sitting out on the national anthem, 3 of them not even black.
The girls at South Park Elementary are protesting because they're getting mercilessly bullied by a troll using a screen name SkankHunt42 on the school message boards. Heidi Turner gets trolled so hard that she quits Twitter. Everybody suspects Cartman to be the troll, but Season 20 Cartman is very different from the regular Cartman. He's in his woke era.
Girls rule. Women are funny. Get over it.
Despite his apparent earnestness, nobody is buying his wokeness.
Everyone knows you're acting this way by day, so you can be horrible to people on the internet at night.
The boys begin fearing that girls might do something drastic, so they lure Cartman into the woods and destroy all his electronics.
Please don't break my stuff, you guys. This is like 2 Christmases and a birthday worth of stuff.
Cartman's begging doesn't work. The boys are convinced that if they destroy all his gadgets, then he can't go online and troll people. But the boys are wrong. Cartman is not the troll. So who is the troll? Everybody has a theory.
Someone who probably still lives with his mother and hates himself.
But the troll doesn't live with his mother. He's not some loser who has nothing better to do. The troll is actually Kyle's dad, Gerald Broflovski. He has a good job as a lawyer. In this, South Park pointing out the often ignored fact that trolling is not just a loser's game. Anybody can be a troll. 2 of the biggest trolls alive today are Donald Trump and Elon Musk. You would think that they'd be too busy doing billionaire stuff to troll anybody, but they somehow find time to spend 18 hours a day stealing memes and arguing with peasants on Twitter. Billionaires, they're just like us. However, unlike Elon and Trump, Gerald has the advantage of anonymity. People only know his screen name, SkankHunt42. This anonymity allows him to be so much nastier. Now, when a guy like Gerald does something like this, the first question is always, why? Why is he so crude and nasty? Why is he photoshopping penises into women's mouths? Why? 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 Gerald believes he has a good reason for what he's doing.
Could be someone who just kind of thinks it's funny to stir the pot and watch everyone freak out.
This is the reason Gerald gives to defend the hypothetical troll that everyone assumes is an elementary school kid. He gives this reason to his wife, gives it to his children, gives it to his fellow trolls, and literally everybody else. This is probably what Gerald tells himself as well. But he doesn't believe it. Not completely. He has doubts sometimes.
Maybe the fact that it's so not funny makes it somehow funny to kids?
When we combine these doubts with Gerald's behavior, we start to see the very real reason as to why Gerald is actually a troll. We just have to examine 2 very similar but different scenes. The first one is this scene from the 2nd episode of Season 20. Gerald goes for a jog after a night of trolling people online, and he is as happy as he can be. Nothing can keep him down.
Get out of the street, idiot!
Sorry, my bad.
He's smiling, happy. He ignores arguing neighbors and pretty much everything else. When a cyclist almost runs him over, Gerald just laughs it off and waves at the guy.
No worries.
Then there is a similar scene from the 4th episode. Here, Gerald has temporarily stopped trolling people on the internet, and now he's irritable. The same things that he brushed off with a smile before now bother him. When the cyclist from earlier almost hits him, Gerald curses.
Son of a bitch! Ah!
Happy-go-lucky Gerald is gone. So while Gerald might tell everybody, and even himself, that he just trolls people just because he thinks it's funny, there's clearly a much darker impulse. Look at this. It's a very innocent post. Hey, I just want to remind everyone about the ice cream social to benefit homeless teens, looking for volunteers. And what's Gerald's response?
Hey, I'd like to volunteer to kick you in the vagina. Where do I sign up?
This is uncalled for. The poor lady didn't deserve it. Or this one.
This is my daughter at the triathlon today. Go, little girls.
Boring, wholesome family stuff. But what's Gerald got to say about it?
Your daughter has a mustache! What the hell is wrong with your ovaries?
He does this all night, and he has a lot of fun doing it. This is not funny, it's just cruel. Gerald is lashing at these people on the internet who have done nothing to him. And from the 2 scenes we just examined, we can start to see why. Gerald trolls to let out his frustration. When that cyclist almost runs him over, Gerald just smiles and lets it go in the moment. Then, later on, he lets out that frustration on some poor lady online. This is an obvious case of misplaced anger. So why is misplaced anger even such a problem in the first place? It's society, and also us. Social conventions dictate that we have to be nice to each other all the time. We're constantly pressured to suppress our dark emotions. Things like anger are often treated like a disease rather than a normal part of the human experience. In the gap year between high school and college, I worked a retail job where I was required to smile all day. Even when grown men and women were acting like spoiled toddlers, I still had to paste on a smile and be as nice as possible when what I really wanted to do was punch them in their stupid faces and watch their teeth fly through the air. But I couldn't. I would lose my job and face an assault charge. So I sucked it up and took it, day in, day out. The customers always knew that we had to be nice to them, which just made the bad ones worse. They would aggravate you more and more because they know you couldn't do anything. Now, you've probably had similar experiences. There are things that you've wanted to do or say, but you just couldn't. Expressing negative emotions of any kind has become increasingly taboo in our society, especially in the workplace. And this doesn't make the negative emotions go away. We still feel them, we just can't express them. Anger has always been a valid response to unacceptable behavior. Even instincts like violence have their place in the human experience. But the expression or even discussion of such feelings has become largely unacceptable. We all have to pretend that all the frustrations can be solved by woohoo nonsense like just brushing it off or taking deep breaths. What happens is that all this frustration just mounts up inside until we find a convenient outlet for it. An outlet like an anonymous internet message board. That's why a guy like Gerald can be nice and smile at everyone all day, then start saying the most horrible things imaginable once he gets behind a screen. The internet is the only place where you don't have a self-censor. You don't have to suppress what you're feeling or force your thoughts through a niceness filter. This is the reason why places like Twitter, Reddit, and 4chan can be so toxic. People don't just say exactly what they think. They often exaggerate to overcompensate for all the crap they have to eat in polite society. While trolls might feel justified in taking out their frustrations on innocent people online, their actions don't just disappear into the ether. These actions can have devastating consequences. We see this with Gerald. He doesn't just make people feel bad. Those are the first-order consequences. Gerald's trolling creates a butterfly effect of second, third, and fourth-order consequences that make everybody's life so much worse. While Cartman gets blamed for his actions, Cartman gets all the electronics destroyed, which in turn gets him into a relationship with Heidi Turner. That relationship puts the toxic in toxicity and takes Heidi's life down a horrendous path. Shameless plug, but I made a video about that. There's also tension between all the boys and girls at South Park Elementary. When the trolling doesn't stop, the girls dump all their boyfriends. This leads to a gender war as Butters starts the hashtag #WienersOut movement. Events in our own world have already shown us that there are no winners in a gender war. Our entire species loses. It's a shit show all around.
Things I've had to swallow
but the
for my
saddest
country.
and scariest consequence
Lies,
of Gerald's trolling comes when he picks on a website for breast cancer survivors. It's run by a Danish Olympian named Freya Ollendorf.
Now we wait for the show to
At first, Freya appears to be a match for Gerald.
This little troll can have his fun. I'm going to be the bigger person.
Gerald takes up the challenge to show Freya just how nasty he
Nighty
can
night,
be.
you ugly shame fuck. Carver owes me a beer when this is over.
Gerald's trolling is relentless. He even trolls Freya on live TV.
You go, girl. You're doing great things. Don't let trolling stop you. And that is from Dr. Where'd Your Go?
The interviewer is completely clueless, which makes the whole thing very funny for Gerald and very painful for Freya.
Believe in yourself and don't listen to the haters. You're an inspiration. That's from Hungarian physician Dr. Kutsur Bubzov.
Gerald is over the moon.
He shoots! He scores!
Gerald is so pleased with himself that he brags to his son Ike.
I guess the troll from the school
Three
message
heads,
board is
no
now
brains.
harassing a famous Olympic athlete again, you know. You might say she's asking for it.
Other trolls copy Gerald, dogpile on Freya, and she finally can't take the hate anymore. She jumps out of an 11th floor balcony. This kind of thing has happened a lot in real life. While adults don't do it as much, a horrendously large amount of teenagers have taken their lives after being targeted by vicious and faceless cyberbullies. Gerald predictably freaks out.
Oh God, oh no! Oh!
Despite being a grown man with a wife, children, and a job as a lawyer where he deals with the legal system every day, he seems to have forgotten that actions have consequences. And those consequences are coming for him. Denmark's entire population is very angry at the troll. They don't know who he is yet, but they intend to find him. They take the pain of losing Freya, combine it with the frustration of losing 200 wars to Sweden, and focus all of it on finding Gerald. They build a program called Troll Trace. Meanwhile, Gerald comes from shopping to find a troll's worst nightmare. There is a note under the windshield wiper of his car. Gerald Groflowski, I know who you are. For the second time in as many days, Gerald freaks out.
Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God!
He learns firsthand that it is not fun to be trolled.
Protocol 0.
Gerald deletes his entire browsing history, deletes all his emails, destroys all his electronics, and then catapults them into a lake just to be sure. Does that do the trick? Of course not. He forgot about syncing. When he remembers and checks his son Ike's computer, he finds another email waiting for him. It says the same thing the note says. I know who you are.
Meet me under the Fremont Bridge, 9 a.m. tomorrow.
A terrified Gerald shows up to his meeting under the bridge expecting the worst. But he is in fact in luck. It's not Freya Ollengard's Avenging Angel. At least not yet. It's another troll. A fan.
We need to talk.
Gerald doesn't want to talk. He's just happy to avoid paying for his sins.
Oh,
if this is mutually assured,
The troll begs and begs, but Gerald is done with the life. Swaggins follows him home and does the whole we need to talk thing from Love Actually. Gerald tries doing normal, non-trolly things. He tries sleeping and jogging, none of it works. It's almost like trolling is an addiction. So he steals an iPad his wife bought him. He had initially refused it, but he can't resist the urge to just be nasty to somebody. But Sheila catches him, which is awkward. He lies and says he was watching pizza delivery movies, but his wife knows he watches them and she doesn't care. So he lies some more and says he was watching the pissing stuff. This gets his wife worked up.
Do you want me to pee on you?
No!
You only like watching other women pee? Because they're pretty?
This is South Park pointing out the lengths troll will go to hide their online activities. They may enjoy it and justify it in 100 different ways, but they know on some level that it is wrong. They are just unleashing their anger on people who don't deserve it. So after this humiliating night, Gerald talks to the troll he's been ignoring.
You weren't using your brain anyway.
What he discovers sends him into full panic mode. While he was hiding from the internet, the Danes started working on the Troll Trace project. Its only aim is to expose everybody's browser history.
Every message, every comment ever made by trolls will retroactively be given a tag with the author's name, location, and full internet history.
Gerald nearly poops his pants. The Troll Trace CEO makes it very obvious what the consequences will be like. Gerald doesn't speak Danish, but Swaggins translates it for him.
Come out, troll. Come out and die.
Gerald knows he's cooked.
Then it's over.
I'm gonna smell like blood for days.
Dead.
But Swaggins believes there is still hope. He introduces Gerald to all the other trolls in Colorado. The Troll Trace project is not fully funded yet.
We are just a few million kronas away, so please donate via the social media of your choice.
The trolls decide to destroy the project before it gains enough funds to expose them. So they troll the hell out of Denmark. And it's not actually that hard. It's flatter than a pancake, and its entire population is made up of the people who are too chicken to go on Viking raids. The cool Danes conquered England. The cringe ones stayed behind to ride bicycles and pretend that a rotten fish is delicious. But Gerald goes beyond that. He teaches his fellow trolls the art of trolling.
Look, you don't just troll a woman with cancer to get a reaction from her. It's all about the group of people that are gonna come to her defense.
This is why Gerald is so good at trolling. He thinks a few steps ahead. Not far enough ahead, obviously, or he wouldn't be in the trouble he is in now, but just far enough to create an unbelievable chaos. He knows that once he trolls a woman with cancer, people are going to defend her, and he's prepared for that.
They're gonna be so self-righteous that another group of people will eventually find those people totally annoying.
Gerald is basically teaching the trolls how to create grade A rage bait, which creates its own self-sustaining reaction. It's a tutorial on how to start a war. Even the trolls are shocked.
That seems kind of mean.
Nevertheless, the trolls do it. It's the only hope of maintaining their privacy. Coordinated trolling attempts like this are not unprecedented. They have happened several times before, actually. 4chan once helped a 39-year-old man win a Taylor Swift meet and greet contest because he wanted to sniff her hair. Taylor got creeped out and canceled the entire thing. Later on, she held a contest for schools. The schools with the most votes would get a free Taylor Swift concert on campus. 4chan got together again and made sure that the winner was the Horace Mann School for the Deaf. That was top-tier trolling and very funny. What Gerald and his buddy end up doing is the complete opposite. They just fling as much poop as they possibly can until something sticks. This strategy works beautifully. They claim that Lego was funding ISIS. This was before Denmark invented Ozempic, so it failed to attract any heavy support.
Sir, public opinion of Denmark is very, very shit.
The Trollface CEO, Leonard Bedrager, realizes that he can't respond.
Our only choice is to go offline.
You mean we have to quit the Twitter?
Everything, you ignoramus!
Mr. Bedrager's name is actually a big hint for what's in store for Gerald. If you're fluent in the series of barbaric grunts that pass for the Danish language, you already know what it means. If you speak a more civilized language, don't worry, you'll find out soon. Now, Gerald and his troll buddies don't know what Mr. Bedrager's name means, or what he's actually planning. This makes them celebrate prematurely. Gerald even goes back to full-time trolling.
Nobody cares about your fat sister with lines disease.
But disaster is coming. Her name is Heidi Turner. Remember when Gerald trolled her so hard she quit Twitter? Well, before she did, she had been trying to hunt down the troll.
What is all this? To try and prove who the troll was, I started to look for patterns in how students used emojis.
According to Heidi's emoji analysis, the dreaded troll, SkankHunt42, is not actually an elementary school kid like everybody assumed. It's a parent. Heidi shares all that research with Leonard Bedrager. With Heidi's research, the Danes narrow down the location of the troll's attack.
It is a location in the middle of the United States, a place they call Colorado.
Colorado? That's a very goofy name.
Speaking of names, what does Bedrager mean? It means deceived, fraud, conman, troll. His big plan is to expose everyone's entire internet history. It's just the nature of technology. If it can be used to expose the internet's history of trolls, it can be used to expose the internet history of everyone. It's kind of like a GPS chip on your phone. You can use it to navigate and check the weather, but the CIA can also use it to check exactly where you are. The city of Fort Collins, Colorado becomes the first recipient of this new innovation.
Once again, if you live in the city of Fort Collins, there is a chance that all your emails and your entire internet history has been made accessible to the public.
The chaos is instant. Married men get exposed for their cheating. Women get exposed for their secretly trashing their friends.
Hello, MLKKK. You called my daughter R2-D2.
Fort Collins is burning, and Gerald realizes that it's only a matter of time before he gets the MLKKK treatment. When a helicopter and a convoy of black SUVs come for him, Gerald knows he's cooked.
We have him. Subject is home.
He tries to confess as quickly as he can.
They're coming for me, Sheila. They know everything.
About what?
Everything I did online. It's over.
But it's not over.
We've come to ask for your help.
Now it's over. Hillary Clinton wants Gerald to go to Denmark and steal the troll trace technology so she can prove she didn't lose the election. So Gerald goes to Denmark as a spy. He was given a briefcase that is supposed to detonate at exactly 9:30 and fry the troll trace servers. When the time comes, the briefcase pops open and never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Gerald and his troll friends have been played. The Danes knew who they were all along. Hillary Clinton and other powerful people didn't want the internet's history exposed, so they sacrificed Gerald and the other trolls, handing them over on a silver platter to placate the Danes. Once the Danes had their trolls, they wouldn't bother with anybody else's internet history, would they? Normally they wouldn't. Danes are very reasonable people as long as you don't mention Sweden. But Leonard Bedrager is not even a Dane. He's a troll, a con man. He has his own plan. He betrays Hillary Clinton and releases everybody's internet history anyway. The man's goal all along was to start World War III by exposing everybody's secrets. He wants to watch the world burn.
We're going to use you to set the world on fire. When the servers go online, there will be panic, chaos, and war.
A lot of countries are nervous. The Chinese are mobilizing for World War III. Even allies don't trust each other anymore.
Sarah, message from Saudi Arabia. They say they pinky promise not to look up our internet history if we pinky promise not to look up theirs.
Private citizens mirror the same worries that their governments have. They're all facing the same dilemma.
If we can all agree to resist the urge to look up other people's internet histories,
Raptor 1,
Maggie,
get your ass in gear.
then
We're
our
tapping
town
out.
won't suffer the same
Roger
fate
that.
as
Bird
Fort
headed your way.
Collins.
This is the prisoner's dilemma. It's one of the toughest problems in game theory. The classic problem is that you have two suspected criminals in different interrogation rooms. If they don't snitch on each other, they both go free. But if suspect A snitches on suspect B, he goes free, and suspect B gets 10 years in jail. If both of them snitch on each other, they both get 5 years. The suspects can't communicate with each other. Each suspect has to make his decision in isolation and just hope that the other guy doesn't snitch. The prisoner's dilemma is tough enough when you only have two people. But once you apply it to the population of the entire planet, it's over.
I know, I'll certainly respect others' privacy, but what about people like Laura Tucker the Blabbermouth?
The right thing is deceptively easy. If nobody looks up anybody's internet history, then nobody finds out anything he is not supposed to know, and social harmony is maintained. But if just one person does it, all hell breaks loose.
This hack of our city will never happen, so long as we can rely on the rationality of the American people.
Yeah, fat chance. In the prisoner's dilemma, most suspects snitch on each other and both end up going to jail. A fate they could have easily avoided by keeping their mouth shut. The reason is simple. There is no honor among thieves. If you had any honor, they wouldn't be thieves in the first place. So they betray each other and end up losing every single time. The people of South Park feel the same way. They know they can't trust their neighbors. This is a very funny commentary on the complete breakdown of social trust in our communities. And because people can't trust their neighbors, they only have two options: leave the planet or destroy Denmark. Leaving the planet isn't viable because SpaceX doesn't have the technology to get humans to Mars. So that only leaves one option: destroying Denmark. Which brings us to Leonard's plans. Was he too stupid to see that the world would be destroyed? Governments would never let anybody expose their secrets. Just look at what's happened to the likes of Julian Assange and Edward Snowden. All they did was publish a few embarrassing government secrets that we all kinda knew about. We know politicians are corrupt, and we know the government is spying on us. We just didn't have proof until Snowden and Assange provided it. But revealing this was a no-no. Assange and Snowden instantly became wanted men. As for the men who had really damaging secrets like Epstein, well, the less said the better. You already know what happened to him. So how exactly does Bedradger's plan get away with exposing everybody's secrets? That's the neat part. He doesn't. He is fully aware of the human cost of his plan. He knows Denmark will be destroyed and millions will die in wars all over the world because of his actions. But he is perfectly prepared to take that trade-off.
Because it's freaking hilarious!
Sacrifice millions of lives? Why? Bedradger's is a different kind of troll. A more calculated and a more dangerous one. Gerald and his little band of mean-spirited little losers are small potatoes compared to him. But is he just doing it for the lulz, or does he have ulterior motives? The answer is yes.
Somebody who could rise to political power through nothing more than pushing people's buttons.
Bedradger's plan is basically America's Middle East strategy. Create a lot of chaos and then come in acting like the savior. It's psychotically brilliant. Start a war, let the people beat the living crap out of each other, and then come in near the end acting like you're the solution. The problem with convoluted supervillain plans like this one is that they only work if everybody else in the world is painfully stupid. And in the South Park universe, people are just stupid enough for it to work. Yes, Kyle interferes, but it's an accident. He learns that his father is the troll, and he is in Denmark, trapped in Troll Trace HQ. Mr. Garrison, the new president by the way, already has bombers en route to bomb Denmark. Kyle uses reverse psychology to make Garrison call off the bombs. He just tells Garrison that he is just being manipulated, which he is.
Maybe I won't bomb Denmark. What do you think about that?
Yeah, you will, because you're a little
So Mr. Garrison calls off the bomber.
The island's central.
Hey, what is up everybody, and welcome back to a brand new video today here on Code A Pizza. And in today's video, we are going to be discussing Season 1 and Season 1 Reloaded with all the content that we currently know that we are going to be receiving. There is so much to cover in this video and so many exciting things if you are a fan of old school zombies and old school multiplayer. So without further ado, let's do this thing. Also leave a like on the video if you want to support the channel and subscribe if you are brand new. We are on the road to 1 million. That'd be amazing. So Season 1 and Season 1 Reloaded. Let's talk about it. Season 1 is currently set to release on November 14th. And even though Treyarch are absolutely keeping mega details about this season behind closed doors for now, we do know multiple things that are going to be coming in this season due to the amazing leakers in our community. These are people that go inside of the files of the game and find stuff out. Now, I am all for them finding stuff out that are going to be coming to the game, but on the side of leaks, I don't like when they find stuff out for zombies in terms of zombie Easter eggs or anything like that, but it seems to be that they've been pretty good on this release and not really covered anything found in the files, which is great. But these news outlets are covering the stuff they found in the files for Season 1, and more importantly, the weapons that we're going to be getting inside of Season 1 and Season 1 Reloaded, as well as some additional things too. So let's talk about the most exciting thing for zombie players that's going to be coming in this Season 1 update, or potentially Season 1 Reloaded, and that is going to be the Ray Gun Mark II. That is right, the classic wonder weapon that was first seen inside of Buried on Black Ops 2 Zombies, and then later added to every single Black Ops 2 Zombies map. The Ray Gun Mark II is set to return in Season 1 or potentially Season 1 Reloaded of Black Ops 6 Zombies, and potentially even seeing itself inside of MP as well on specific game modes. But leakers have found this Ray Gun Mark II inside of the game files, and this is absolutely a fan favorite, just showing that this is absolutely the year that Treyarch are bringing the heat with zombies. And yes, this could open up an absolutely massive barrel of worms here. Could this potentially mean, with the success of Black Ops 6 Zombies so far, if we give it a couple more DLCs and the hype is still there, does this mean potentially Zombie Chronicles 2? I can't believe I've just said that. It's only been a week since launch and I'm already saying Chronicles 2. But maybe it's something we need to discuss. I've already said Chronicles 2 was made a long time ago and it never released on Black Ops 4 because Black Ops 4 fell off relatively early. Same goes for Cold War. But with the hype with Black Ops 6, it would not surprise me at all that it's still on the table and still being discussed, and potentially if the hype is still there in a couple more months, Zombie Chronicles 2 might see its release finally with Black Ops 6 and Black Ops 6 Zombies. I'm of course very hyped for this Ray Gun Mark II, but before we move on, let me know inside of the comment section real quick, do you think it's good that we're getting returning weapons? Does this add more hype, or would you like to see them add new weapons? Let me know. But moving on from the hype of the Ray Gun Mark II right now, in terms of zombie content, we are guaranteed via the game files that we are also going to be receiving 3 Gobblegums with Season 1 or potentially Season 1 Reloaded. Now, these Gobblegums are not named inside of the files, but we do already know that one Gobblegum is confirmed, which we did not see on launch. And that is, of course, Shopping Free. This was, of course, already confirmed via Kevin Drew, the lead director of Zombies, on the interview he did on the podcast at COD Next, where he was also sat alongside Mr. Dalek JD. So Shopping Free is definitely on the cards here. But the other 2 Gobblegums are still completely unknown. My money is absolutely on Gobblegums that we've seen in the past, or potentially the effects of elixirs that we've seen in the past on Black Ops 4 Zombies, making its return to Black Ops 6. There really isn't a lot of unique Gobblegums inside of Black Ops 6 Zombies that are new to this game, so I really don't see them adding anything new. I think it's going to be returning stuff that we've not already had from those previous iterations. And yes, I'm potentially talking about killing time here. Even though I love it, and even though I do want it inside of the game, I think it's too early for them to add that Gobblegum in. When I spoke to Kevin Drew, the lead director of Zombies, back in July when I visited Treyarch and I asked him about killing time, he said it's not going to be in the game. I then followed that up asking him why not and please could he add it, and he said he'll do everything he can to get it added. And I don't think it's been long enough since I visited it in July for that then to get made and placed in with Season 1 or Season 1 Reloaded. And let's also not forget the reason why it wasn't going to be in the game is because he said that the person who designs the Gobblegums says that it was way too difficult to code for Black Ops 3 and he didn't want to do it again for Black Ops 6. So maybe he's not even been able to convince him to remake it. it. But alas, Shopping Free should be one of these Gobblegums, and then we've got another 2 that are unnamed. Let me know what you think they might be inside of the comment section. But with the initial launch of Season 1 on Black Ops 6 and Black Ops 6 Zombies on November 14th, we do have 4 brand new weapons that are going to be available for both modes. And these are spanning across all weapon categories, which are great. And some of them are going to be returning, with Treyarch following that trend of them bringing nostalgia with this Black Ops 6 game. The first one I am mega excited about, which is the FAL, or the FAL. Of course, we saw the FAL all the way back in Black Ops 1. We then had it again inside of Black Ops 2 Zombies, and I'm pretty certain we have seen the FAL, or the FAL, whatever you want to call it, inside of every iteration of Call of Duty since. There might have been a few that we've missed it out on, but it is going to be returning inside of Black Ops 6 with Season 1. The next weapon to be returning with Season 1 is actually going to be a Black Ops 1 weapon. It is the launcher, or the rocket launcher from Black Ops 1, called the M72 Lord. Hopefully they've made it a little bit better inside of this game with Black Ops 6, cause I remember this being absolutely trash on Black Ops 1 Zombies. This is all the way back in the day, 2010, where there were terrible things inside of the mystery box, so when you spun the mystery box, you didn't know whether you were gonna get something good or something bad. Nowadays, it's more like you get something good or you get something insanely good. There's not really anything bad in the mystery box anymore. The third weapon we're gonna be getting is gonna be another returning weapon too, a handgun or a pistol from Black Ops 2. This is gonna be the 5.7. I remember using this 5.7 a lot, both on Origins and also on Transit. I like the 5.7. I love how quick this gun used to fire and reload. I love the akimbo mode of this gun too. So hopefully this is going to be a really nice pistol to use inside of Black Ops 6 and also Black Ops 6 Zombies. We already have the GS45s inside of Black Ops 6 Zombies, which is an absolute nightmare to try and get gold, because we've got to have 2,000 critical kills. And of course, once you pack a punch it, it becomes explosive and critical kills are no longer possible. So hopefully the 5.7 is a little bit easier to get gold inside of Zombies and more fun to use as a Kimbo inside of multiplayer. And then finally, I believe this is a brand new weapon. You can feel free to tell me if I'm wrong inside of the comment section. We have the SAR-80, which is going to be an assault rifle. I don't think we've ever seen this before inside of any of the Call of Duty games. Once again, let me know if I am wrong here, but I don't remember this weapon at all. But a brand new assault rifle is more than welcomed inside of Black Ops 6, as pretty much every assault rifle we have in the game so far is actually really good. And then finally, let's discuss the only other thing we know about Season 1 and Season 1 Reloaded, which is of course a brand new Zombies map is set to release on the rumored date of December 11th. And it's also rumored to take place in Paris. That's us going off the storyline and the cutscenes that we got from Terminus's Easter egg ending, and of course from dialogue from the main characters. It definitely looks like we're going to be going to France, and my money is absolutely on the Paris catacombs. Like I said previously, Treyarch are doing everything in their power with this year's Call of Duty to make sure that we have nostalgia. It seems like we've got a lot of old school references to old zombie games, as well as a lot of references to memes and also old school multiplayer inside of Black Ops 6 as well. And if you remember correctly, our original DLC 4 map all the way back on Black Ops 1 was not supposed to be Moon. It was supposed to be Paris, and more specifically the Paris catacombs. That is where I think we're going with Black Ops 6. And even to this day, the Moon map on Black Ops 1, its code name is still ZM_Paris. So I'm definitely looking forward to Season 1 and Season 1 Reloaded. Let me know inside of the comment section right now what you are most excited for. It would not surprise me if we end up with 100 comments just saying the Raygun Mark II. I am very hyped to use the Raygun Mark II again inside of Zombies. It's been a while. We've not seen it since Black Ops 4. Bring it on. I'm super excited. But there you go. That is everything you need to know to keep up to date with all Season 1 and Season 1 Reloaded news and gossip. Thank you very much for watching the video today. I hope you guys have had an amazing time, and make sure you leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you are brand new to become the latest member of the Pizza Club. We are on that road to 1 million, and that would be absolutely amazing. But I'll see you guys in the next video or the next live stream. Thank you very much for watching, and peace out.
Calling is why I wake up in the morning.
We have a new loot Easter egg discovered on Liberty Falls for Black Ops 6 Zombies, and this one is really awesome. It gives you a ton of free loot. You break this barrel up here, and it will drop a shovel. You pick up the shovel, and you go dig all of the graves in the graveyard, and you'll get a ton of loot. The only way to destroy the barrel is with a chopper gunner, and if you ping it first, you'll be able to look down from the chopper gunner and easily see it. Got it pinged there with that yellow triangle. And then just shoot that area of the wall and you should be able to break it. And shout out to Jack and the Nikos. They're the ones that found this, and congrats to them. We knew there was something going on with that graveyard, and this is what it was. After you destroy that barrel, the shovel's gonna drop to the ground right there, and you just spin around. You'll see it right there. There's no indication to pick it up. You just hold activate and you'll get it, and then you want to head to the graveyard. You can dig on every single grave in the graveyard. If it's got a headstone, yeah, you can hold activate. You'll just dig and it will pop stuff out of the ground like salvage, tacticals, lethals, guns. Sometimes you'll get zombies and spiders when you dig, and there's a double points Easter egg nearby on that water tower. I made a video about that. So you might be able to include this into a strat where you just dig everything up, get the zombies and spiders, add those to your horde, and then go grab that double points. Also, it seems like you can only dig each grave one time, and only one person gets the shovel, and they're the only ones that can dig the graves. And there are a ton of graves here, so spam everything. There's even some headstones that are like laying down, and you can dig those too. I suspect you're getting loot rarity based on the round that you're on, so I'm gonna go to round 100 today, and I'm gonna come and dig up all these graves and see what kind of loot it gives. I'm also gonna do the other loot Easter eggs that are around the map on round 100, and I will make a video and update you guys and let you know what I got. But I'll let you guys finish watching me dig up all these graves, and hope you guys enjoyed this. I will see you next video.
Thanks for coming to Bodies by Weaver. Come again.
This is like...
It's Saturday, November 2nd, 2024, and I've got a ton of new information for you about all of these storms that we've been tracking. We're getting closer to them being on our doorstep. In fact, the severe weather starts today, so we've got a lot to talk about. Starting with the day one severe weather threat. There you go. We've got a slight risk in Oklahoma, Texas, and a little bit of New Mexico. This is driven by a hail and wind threat. However, there is a little tornado threat as well. 5% probability right here in Texas, and once again, that's little sliver of New Mexico there, where we have a 5% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of any given point there in the brown. The green is 2%. The severe weather train does not stop there. Tomorrow, Sunday, November 3rd, we're going to have a much larger area under the gun for severe weather. Once again, wind and hail seem to be the main threats tomorrow, but we also have a much larger tornado probability area as well. So this includes places like Wichita Falls, Texas, the Red River area, and just a lot of south central Oklahoma. Tornado chances look a little bit better tomorrow actually than they do today, so we'll see what happens. Just keep an eye on the weather, make sure you've got a way of getting warnings, but it's not even done then. As we go into Monday, November 4th, we're going to have an even larger area under the gun for significant severe weather. Once again, the tornado threat on this day I think is going to be a little bit lower, and I think we're going to mostly be focused on the wind and maybe the hail threat here, but still a lot of people, like 17 million people, are going to experience severe weather on Monday as the system continues to move to the east. Here's what the radar could look like today around noon. You can see that we're going to have lots of morning convection kind of stabilizing the atmosphere for a lot of the areas that could see severe weather today. I think that the slight risk would be a lot larger if it wasn't for this morning time rainfall that we're going to be seeing. And this is actually heavy rain because we're already hearing about lots of flash flood warnings in New Mexico and Texas. Texas. We'll probably see those spread up into Oklahoma and Kansas as well. But what's going to happen here is down south of where that rain is happening this morning, the sun's going to come out and the air is going to destabilize, and you're going to start to see these storms forming, these supercells that will be capable of producing very large hail and some damaging winds. And then right at the beginning of those cells popping up, maybe even some tornadoes. At the same time, we're going to have some snow, some heavy snow squalls setting up back here in places like Idaho, Oregon, Washington, a little bit of Wyoming and Montana, some heavier rain and some snow in the Cascades back here in the Pacific Northwest. This is all associated with the same system, and it's going to take a while for it to get out of here. As I continue to push this into the future, about 8 or 9 p.m. tonight, a lot of those storms that popped up, those supercells, are going to start weakening. They're still going to be with us to some degree, especially down here in central Texas, but you can see that the rain is really just kind of regular rainfall at this point in portions of Kansas. The severe weather threat is going to linger with us at least until we get into the midnight period. This is when I think the damaging wind threat is going to be probably the only thing that we have to worry about. The tornado threat and the hail threat at this point is going to be going down quite a bit. However, if you're in Oklahoma City, Wichita Falls, Texas, and all these places, then you definitely want to make sure you have a way of getting some warnings tonight, because it's going to be loud, it's going to be rough. And honestly, I think that the flash flooding threat is also going to be a big deal. Some of these storms are going to cause, training effects, and there's going to be 6 inches of rain in some places in a very short period of time. But watch what happens as we go deeper into tomorrow, Sunday afternoon, about 3 p.m. You can see that we've got new convection, new storms starting back here around Altus, Oklahoma, back down to the south and west into more central portions of Texas. These storms are going to be very strong, once again carrying the potential for some rotation. There's going to be a very real chance for some tornadoes tomorrow. Moderate to heavy rain will stretch from Oklahoma all the way up into Wisconsin, but the severe weather threat, I think, is going to be mostly back here around these new storms that'll be forming. Additionally, snow's going to come even farther south over here in the Rockies, the Four Corners region, all the way down into central and southern portions of Arizona and New Mexico, especially in the higher elevations. Could be seeing some heavy snow tomorrow, but all eyes are on this little spot down here as the severe weather continues to crank up towards Oklahoma City around 6 p.m. Strong storms possible, and then the whole thing is just going to continue on Monday. But I think what's going to happen on Monday is our storm's going to be more linear. We're not going to be talking as much about supercells. We're going to be talking about straight line damaging winds and, once again, heavy rainfall. To see any farther out into the future, we have to lower our resolution a little bit here on the NAM 12-kilometer model. You can see what I'm talking about as we go deeper into the day on Monday. We're going to have a squall line of potentially damaging storms moving through southern Iowa, down through the Kansas City region, through southwestern Missouri, through Oklahoma and Texas once again. This is going to be probably one of our most widespread and impactful severe weather events of the whole series, but I think the tornado threat hopefully doesn't look quite as serious here as it does on the first 2 days, and it's just going to be a wind thing. And the whole thing really falls apart on Election Day. You can see that about 1 p.m. on Tuesday, all of this line is going to be losing a lot of its steam as the system kind of gets too large, and there's not a lot of energy packed behind that cold front as it moves farther to the east. It is going to cause some rain showers, but for the most part, it's not going to be a big deal at all. Outside of the severe weather threat, the main problem we're going to see out of the storm system is just a prolific rainfall event, especially in Oklahoma, Kansas, and Missouri. I know that you guys need the rain. We've got a drought out here. However, it's going to come so fast that it will cause flash flooding in some places. So make sure you keep an eye on those creeks and streams, even in the yellow area and the slight risk here from eastern Iowa back towards Wichita Falls, Texas. You guys have got to watch out for some flash flooding as well. And that's just one aspect of the very interesting weather that we're going to be having over the next little bit. Now we've got to talk about the tropics, because they are lighting up. We talked a lot this spring about how this was going to be an active hurricane season, and it has been, and it continues to be. On this November 2nd, we are talking about 3 potential systems, or actually 2 potential systems, and one fully formed subtropical storm Patty up there near the Azores, moving off to the east towards Spain and Portugal. That's right, this could make landfall somewhere in Europe over here as a tropical depression next week, which is plumb wild. Okay, it's going to cause lots of wind and rain over there, but thankfully it's not going to be a problem for much of anybody after it makes landfall. It is going to be a storm system for most of Europe, but this is going to be out of our hair pretty quickly. It's a tropical storm, a subtropical storm right now, and it will continue to be so right up until it gets close close to Spain over there. So if you have interests in Portugal, Spain, or maybe even France, make sure you're paying attention to this one. But for the most part, our eyes are going to be back down here on the Caribbean. 2 potential systems. It looks like there is an 80% chance now that this one is going to become our next tropical depression, the one closer to the Yucatan Peninsula. And there's a chance, and we've been talking about this for a while now, there's a very real chance that this is going to go into the gap between the Yucatan Peninsula and Cuba, and that would be a worst case scenario. Here's the latest from the GFS model. You can see the storm trying to get its act together. Maybe by the time it gets to Jamaica here on Tuesday, November 5th, we've got a fully formed low pressure system, maybe even a tropical depression at this point. And then the GFS tries to float it right up into Cuba, maybe as a tropical storm or a low-end hurricane on Wednesday, November 6th. However, this is one of the only models that actually show